Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we did the trial. Didn't complete the entirety of the trial. Well, I did the first part. Oh my god, I'm messing this up. I'm just gonna fucking restart. Welcome back to Great Ace Attorney. Last time, we got through the first trial, but we had to convene and start continue the investigation because we found out that Shamspear is quite a liar of sorts, or a stealer of gas. And ultimately we found out that the tea that was used that night was found elsewhere. And we've yet to find out if there's actual poison inside the tea, but who knows. For the time being though, we're going to be examining the room. We're going to be finding out what else we can about the situation. Shamspear clearly has something going on, probably even more illegal, as he essentially kind of threatened us in a way when we went to talk to him at the hospital. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? On Lord Van Zeke's orders, yes. Don't come back until you've got something for me, he says.
Oh dear, poor you.
Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny of this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for the warm chips, is all I'll say. Oh, they're still warm. Huh. Well, at least he's honest. You only ever eat the fish in that, though. That's the thing. Got quite a few things to look at, I guess. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't be able to have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters must have been very harsh.
That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy could find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change.
London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are ever going to make it to spring.
That's true. We don't even have a meter in Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
Look at the dark stain on the floor underneath the meter there.
Yes, from all the water dripping out from after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning.
It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
Mr. Shamspear must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose.
It's an ingenious idea, I'll give him that.
So it turns out that Mr. Shamspear wasn't eating the soap after all.
That's right. The mystery of why he had it on the plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved.
Yes, to prize his latest ice coin out of the mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two.
It certainly is hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Ah, the ill-fated teacups, which two men drank on the ill-fated night.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite the discussion.
Now that I think of it, I'm sure the two lovers at play ended their lives with poison.
Well, that's a bit of a ironic twist, I guess. He was just recreating Romeo and Juliet, I guess. That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way. Is it fiction? I don't know. I always kind of felt like Romeo and Juliet was based on some sort of true, or based on a true story at least. The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked up wall. Window.
Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you?
That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susato. Honestly, wouldn't the winter air just go through the in-betweens of the bricks? Because the cement's not there, right? So, or like whatever it is that they call the in-betweens of bricks.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo.
Reason why I was going to stream this yesterday, but I kind of got into a binge of watching Walking Dead. Since I never really watched the TV show, I just seen clips. I got up to season 3. Or like, actually I got up to season 4. I finished season 3. It's pretty good. Although sometimes I feel like characters are they're a bit dumb. Or that they don't learn from their mistakes as much as they should. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing over there? What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What you doing over there, Sholmes? What am you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once the great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
It is now time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you going to show us your forensics talents in action as you promised?
No! With the greatest pleasure, my dear madam.
Beep boop beep.
What's all this?
Ah, this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo.
Seriously, these are clearly electronic, right? They're not... You're not telling me that these are steam or gas powered. And they're literally light up. It's electric. They have electric in this. Why do they have gas power if electricity is just this normal?
All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample of the teacup that was used by the victim.
A sample? From Mr. Shamspeare's cup?
Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches.
A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce the area-find indicator solution.
By literally spraying the room with this chemical. Everything the victim touched will instantly be revealed with an aid of these goggles. Here, try them on.
This is what he used in the first game. In his like first cutscene he ever showed up in.
There now, spray the chemical indicator around and see what will be revealed.
Spray? How do I do that exactly?
Just press space. God.
What's all this stuff? It's like fog.
A suspension of chemical indicator in which the pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way of covering a large area. This was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea.
As you do. As you do.
Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question.
Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Okay. Of course, the crate's being opened. There are a lot of handprints on a lot of things, including the floor. I suppose he maybe crouched down, put his hand on the floor to get the candle. I mean, have I gotten everything? Oh, there you go. Oh. Look, there's dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much for... that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact.
It sends a chill down my spine.
Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all.
And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't genuinely admire a picture from close quarters, I feel.
Did you not see that man, Susato? That man was insane. You can't pretend like he's got like normal basis of what he does. Can't use normal rules to explain that man's actions. Very true, Miss Susato. It's a bit of a mystery then. Or maybe there's something behind the painting. Adoi. I feel like I got most everything. I mean... oh, B look around now. Oh, wait. I mean, apparently I haven't gotten everything. I mean, I can't, like, get out of this, so... I mean, he's got his fingerprints on... okay, am I missing something here? Because I'm like, I've fucking pushed on every part of this. Floor, the walls, everything. I'm missing something clearly. Am I able to do that? Come on. There's quite literally like nothing I can do here. Oh my god. I clicked on that. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I clicked there. I distinctly remember clicking near the floorboards. What? Okay. Oh, look at this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of fingers, handprints. Oh, why didn't you click there before? You clearly did, but you didn't do it enough, I guess.
Why are there so many of them on the floor at one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here.
There's nothing so obvious that he would have tripped over the floor. I wonder. Personally, I would have stumbled when there's nothing obvious. I haven't stumbled when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Miss Sholmes. Well, it's quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yeah, no obvious explanation. Rionesque, you are a fucking moron. No obvious reason why there'd be handprints all over this loose floorboard or this picture. I just can't see it. You know, Sky, you can be smart sometimes, but you can be such a goddamn idiot. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholm's amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
What? The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall of the picture, you mean? But they don't mean anything! There's no obvious reason!
I think the floor warrants investigation. I won't be a moment.
But Susato, you know there's nothing strange about it, because, like, there's no obvious solution to why it would be like that. I really wish they just go full force on that. If you're gonna, like, make, you know, say something that dumb, or think something that dumb, might as well just make him go 100% dumbass that can't see the obvious, like, hidden part, container, or like hidden it's not container, not a passage, cupboard. No, I don't even know what I'd call that. What is it, Miss Susato?
Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. The floorboards have popped out.
One of the... You mean... Oh, it's a secret hiding place? That's better, I guess. Excellent work, Miss Susato. So what do we have here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson. Stand aside. Right this minute. It's my job to investigate. No need, Inspector. You can continue to dig into your portion of chips while we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is always what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find.
Sort of hiding place you'd make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift the straw tamaki mat.
I guess. Culturally different, I guess. No, I know. You'd never expect one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
Maybe something else was there? At one point? There you are. A print for you. Hey, thank you. Sadly, this shouldn't make sense because the last time, which is we tried to use Sherlock Holmes evidence stuff, evidence finding stuff, which is technically a future case in this game. It shouldn't. I shouldn't be able to use that picture. I've used Sholmes' things before in the final case of the first game of Greater Satani. And they said, we're not accepting Sholmes' evidence things. So, this technically shouldn't be allowed in court. But... Anyway, hi, Marker. Oh, thank you very much. This invention can make prints, too. Can record prints, did he say? Whatever. Now then. I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know.
So am I.
Well, he's taking his time. I'd love to know if there was anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really? It's been too long! What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you'd like to show me what you found down there. The zombie? Oh, you talking about the sham spear? Last time we went into trial and he was a witness. But, he was in the hospital as well. He threatened us a little, or vaguely threatened us. And then went away, I guess. I mean, he's a poison victim, but apparently he can just walk around like it's nothing. Is it really that much of a crime? Perhaps you could show me what you found there? Seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill to know what's under the floorboard. I guess we're not gonna know. Or are we? And was that just a waste? Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all.
He got up and quoted a play and collapsed, then he was a witness. How is that zombie speaking?
Essentially, he survived the poisoning, then was like, yeah, it was totally the Japanese dude that we're defending. He totally poisoned me by giving me tea. But then we found out that he actually is a sham. He, essentially, in order to get more gas, he essentially...
Is this game a collab of Faye Engage and Ace Attorney?
A game... Oh god, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. Last time, freaking Engage, we got brought back as a zombie too. Man, that is a coincidence. What I was saying though is, Shamspeare was like making ice coins by putting water in these like bars of soap in order to make a coin of ice, which technically gets registered by this machine that gives him like gas for per coin. And of course, when the room gets warm, the water or the ice melts and goes out into the bottom of that hole. So he's not technically... His fake coins could never be found. Still, that's pretty much all we know so far about what his deal is, but he's clearly hiding something else. Like that envelope piece. We haven't really talked about that yet. You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I could fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you! Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Boy, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Okay, I hope I can get through all of these.
I made soap once. And the soap was made out of a secret ingredient. What ingredient, you ask? Well, it wouldn't be a secret if I told you now, would it?
Well, whenever the topic of soap making comes up, I always think about that serial killer that turned her victims' bodies into soap and gave them to people. That was a thing, and it's always enters my mind whenever I think about soap making. Because technically, you can make soap out of anything. Even human remains. Newspaper clipping. Looks like this was cut out of a paper about 3 months ago. about a convict who got
about
sick.
What Croatia did during World War II. LUL.
Alright, you told me about that. Yeah. They were doing the same thing, weren't they? Weirdly enough. Ugh. The convict that got sick and died as he was serving up time in Manchester. How terrible. It made headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see. But nature got him first.
She got her inspiration from us Bonnie 40 drawing emote.
I don't doubt it.
Oh my goodness. He'd committed a capital offence.
Man by the name of Sheldon. He's Sheldon from the Big Bang Theory. Nasty piece of work. Into burglaries and murder. They say he had the hoard he knocked off. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000.
By the way, why were you tired yesterday?
Essentially, I was binging The Walking Dead. I just ended up going way into the night. Way longer than I should have. And I essentially just couldn't find myself the will to
Damn
voice
you.
act.
I was gonna say Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. LUL.
It's the best thing you think about when the word name Sheldon shows up. Yeah, I binged up to the start of the 4th season of Walking Dead. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue it because it just feels... I've heard that it gets really bad after like season 8. And truth be told, there's only so much depressing death I can take before I'm just like... just put in like a shitty mood for a long time. It's just like, I wish things were different. I wish they just made things happier, but they never will be. They'll always be worse. There's only so much of that guy I can take. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like. But he's hidden it somewhere, and nobody knows where. Now he's dead. The papers love it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such as a headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? That's a new word. For me, anyway. Suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork that we've got from Sheldon back in the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Wow, Gregson's actually being useful for once. Or helpful, rather. The capital offenders article was entered into the court record. Okay. Let's take just a quick glance at that specifically. Announced the death of the convict murderer and burglar Sheldon by natural causes in the early hours of the morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. I mean, technically he already was capitally punished if it wasn't suicide, you know. I don't think poisoning ever is good. Like, I don't think they have, like, lethal injections at this time, this part of the timeline, right? So, I don't think there's a humane way to die from poisoning. At least, that's what I think happened to him. They just said he's dead, I guess, but... Natural causes, maybe? Nah. Photographic print. What is this? Ah! This was a... This guy showed up as a picture in the hospital room, along with Olive Green. And that's Mr. Gary Deb. So, this is the photograph I found. It looks reasonably recent to me. Recent, huh? Yes, it would appear to have been taken in the streets outside the house here.
The gentleman on the left is Mr. Garydeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right?
Who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garydeb's son, perhaps?
Most kids are happy when they get a box and inside is a toy doll or a bike. I was happy when a box of 32 packs of Uranium C63 arrived at my house after school. Sheldon Cooper, Texas, I don't know which year.
It's honestly been a long time since I've seen The Big Bang Theory. Honestly, that show has kind of weirded me out in the sense that it felt like it was trying to be like a nerds show, but like it felt like the nerds were way more liked, and I don't know. I don't think it was realistic nerdy stuff. It was just like beyond smart
what
stuff.
I just said is from Young Sheldon.
Oh, Young Sheldon. Right, I've never seen Young Sheldon. Oh, are you saying like Sheldon Young from Big Bang Theory? I honestly couldn't say. I've vaguely heard the title Young Sheldon before. It's too much thoughts going through my brain. Perhaps you can take the print if you like. Really? You sure? Well, we can presume, therefore, that the Yard already knows. The identity of this young fellow, that is. Ah! Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, I'm not leaking that information.
And the one where he proved zero docent exist.
The only episode I really remember, well, not remember the episode, but more things I do remember is the rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock was a thing from Big Bang Theory, and what's his name? Leonard, I think, proposing marriage in the middle of sex. Sex was a big thing in that show, wasn't it? Big Bang Theory. I vaguely remember that being a big thing, and it was like, how do these nerdy guys have this much sex? It makes no sense to me. Oh yeah, there was also that time when one of the geeks was like essentially like stalking and secretly spying on one of the female character, Penny. And then when he got like called a creep and about when he got caught and found out.
How do these nerds get so much pussy?
He like he freaking started acting like really sad and depressed, and everyone was like, "Can you just apologize for calling him a creep?" And then she did. It was like the weirdest fucking thing ever. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear fellow, I may be so bold as to point
Howard.
something out. That's Howard. My dear Inspector, if you've so bold to point something out. Perhaps times are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason not to be telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Hidden photograph has been added to the court record. Alright. I wonder, why is the photograph like this hidden under the floor? I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it? Oh yeah, sure. That's totally not him as an artist or whatever. I mean, maybe. I can't say. The photographic prints is still a rare treasure in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garydeb is delighted to have been immortalized, and probably made a proud present of it. Well, we can find out who he is from Garydeb, I guess. Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it?
If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case...
I remember his wife also made him sleep on the chush or outside because he cheated on her for fucking a virtual goblin in a video game, and it turned out the goblin was one of their crazy co-workers. LUL.
Oh, right. Right. That's also a thing that happened. I mean, that's more just comical to me. Or a bit weird. She was essentially kink-shaming him, in a way. Then again, he was essentially sexting another woman, or technically what he believed to be a woman. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen that. I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Well, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't have a chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
Is
Yes,
that woman at the
thin air.
bottom the racist?
Actually, surprisingly, no. At least I don't think... She hasn't been as... No, she hasn't been racist at all, really. One of the jury members is... Van Zeeks is especially racist. Like, it never got specifically called out in the first game, but in this one it was just very plainly stated. Van Zeeks just doesn't like Japanese people. Oh boy.
Yes, thin air.
Thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside.
Is there nothing more to this box then, I wonder?
There probably is more to it, but I guess we're not gonna pretend that okay.
Meow.
Oh, hey, there's a cat behind there. So that means there's something behind there? Maybe we should check that out?
Cat.
Cat!
Oh, look, it's a lovely little kitty cat. What's its name?
It's Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we've ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Waghai? Wagahai? Wagahai. Okay. You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how it got here, clever cat. You know what? There's actually an interesting thing about this. This whole, like, cat model. Every time I've seen, like, a cat tried to be made realistically in games, it never looks right. It always looks like it's got an uncanny valley look to it. But when it's, like, stylized and cutesy, not realistic, but more just appealing to look at, I think it just works better. But then again, if the game is trying to be realistic too, can't really have a cartoony cat. Except, I guess, Persona went for that, didn't it?
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious. I brought it for you from the cat's meat man.
What? Oh, it's cute. Pat pat. Oh, he's gone into love mode.
I can be happier now. Look.
I just hope we can bring some happiness to its owner too. Anyway. Oh, hey. Oh, is that kneeling or pawing? I can't remember exactly. That's really cute. But I would suggest that there's something behind the castle. Ah.
By the way, I became a manager for one of the streamers I mod for.
A manager? Huh. I don't know what that entails. Maybe, like, you actually, like, manage how the stream goes or what they play?
Meow. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai.
Lovely petted Rayaka.
I've actually got a similar cat like this. Ginger, black, and white. A tabby, basically. But sadly, I think she's got fleas. She's got a lot of spots when you can pet her. Well, I don't really have her. It's more my mother's.
Oh, but she's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think that he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Well, I guess the cat showing up doesn't really matter, I guess. Yet, or for now. I definitely think there's something behind the let's just skip this, I already seen this. But there's definitely something behind the castle. I have a feeling that we're gonna have like a... Remember, Wagahai came from behind the castle. There's gotta be something behind there.
Tabby, 2 tiger-like fur with black and beige and a white and gray cat.
Sadly, I've seen a couple of cats before in real life. Other people's cats tend to be a lot more human-centric. Like, they like being around humans, and they come around, lay on them, walk on them, like, essentially go for pets, even with strangers. My cat's not like that at all. She's okay with getting pet, but only on her terms.
Yes, I'm a cat person. If you don't like that, hashtag fight me.
Honestly, I'm not either person. I like both cats and dogs. They've both got a different feel to them, where like cats, you can actually just like spend time with them at your leisure, and they decide when they're finished with you. Dogs don't ever get finished with you, but that's what kind of makes them endearing and like happy and wonderful to be around. Let's go talk to Mr. Garideb about that picture. Mr. and Mrs. Garideb's room.
Mr. Garideb appears to be out.
Oh well, I suppose we'll have to come back later. Okay, never mind then. I guess we're going back to the prison? Or I want to go back to the hospital bed. Hopefully, I'll be able, they won't be stupid. Oh my god. I want to press this. They'll
I got
look
a phobia
at this.
of dogs because one nearly bit my leg of when I was 5.
I can understand that. Weirdly enough though, I should have a phobia against dogs. And I think it did become more of a problem when I was younger, but I kind of just moved on because I just spent time more around dogs and just found more like alike. I remember vividly one. It was really only tiny dogs that ever like got aggressive with me. Specifically, one that essentially just kind of always barked at me specifically when I was like really young. And if it ever got out of its owner's hands, it would instantly run up and start like going for my face. Other times, like when I was fearful of dogs because of that experience, was like when I was
2 dogs,
trapped
but
on
one
a.
of them went missing, so I only got 1 now.
Oh, I was trapped on on my grandma's kitchen dining table, while the dog was just like running around on the floor, like barking at me. My grandma had a weird solution to that. Was like, if the dog ever messes with you, smack it with a stick. I never did that because I knew that I knew that it was cruel, but she was obviously old. She was kind of like set in her ways. I don't think she ever did anything herself because she was already like tough enough for the dog not to do anything to her. 2 dogs, one of them went missing. That's a shame.
That dog was a shark ready to take you as its prey.
You're not wrong. I think it was more that the dog just didn't see me as someone it saw me as a stranger, so it was like a stranger's just sat in the house. He's obviously scared of me, right? So he has to be like, not supposed to be here. I'm doing a good job, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to talk to this woman. Seems a bit strange because, oh my god, why does me clicking do that? Look at that. Look at this, look at this. Whoa, same character. Sadly, all of this is the same. Nobody's drawing connections here. We had a family dog at one point, but sadly he got sick, or like very, just not well. So we had to put him down because he was just constantly not feeling good. I think my family got more into cats because they're easier to handle, a lot easier to deal with. Yeah. Pretty strange, isn't it? Or uncomfortable. Okay, Mr. Natsume, stop going through your villainous arc. Come over here.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back.
So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello.
That was a damn machine gun, LUL.
I bet you were expecting a instead you got I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Hairlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That is what I am, just a cat. Meow, meow.
Mr. Naruto is trying to escape from reality.
Trying to? He already has, completely. I mean, he could plead for insanity, I guess. So, what's your name, then?
As yet, I have no name. It's not Naruto. He hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world!
Lost all his sanity while playing Fear and Hunger.
I don't know if he ever had it. That's the thing.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that, it's obvious! My cursed soul is never going to escape that accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court proved that there's hope. Yes, locum student
Sanity.
Mr. Naruto Esquire.
Never heard of it, smiling face
Was
with
brilliant,
sunglasses.
but... The Reapers is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings. Here, there, everywhere!
Why is he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there's some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, we must.
Okay. To be honest, getting put into a trial for murder, getting a non-guilty verdict, and then basically 2 days later getting another case of murder. Yeah, I can admit I'd probably be just as stressed out. Especially with both of them having ridiculous situations that would make it impossible for me not to be found out as not guilty. His eyes are like slightly red, I think. from the underneath. At least, I think maybe? Or maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. No, my eyes are playing tricks on me. Ah.
My whole life I have ever been so moved as I was today.
This is about to be some spiritual shit where Mr. Natsum is somehow the cat you found.
Oh. I hope not. Ace Attorney already has enough ghost and spirit stuff in the original games. Hope it does not translate over to this. Because finding logic through spirits and ghosts and stuff is,
I hope it is
difficult as crap. Ugh. I don't even know what caused that.
Of course, if I cast my mind back, there are perhaps one or two other occasions that have moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in the courtroom, that was the most moving experience of my life, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're too kind.
Scotland Yard has found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and they're analysing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea! You won't find a drop of poison in it, that's a solemn sworn Sasaki certainty!
Why do I have a feeling they're gonna say, yeah, there's poison in the tea? I mean, if there's no poison in the tea, then they've got no case against this guy. Then again, that's never stopped them before. Tell me, did you both drink tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. At the same time, you were both completely fine.
As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare were engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. If that's true, then why is there a rim stain on this teacup and not this one? That means that, if I had to guess, he had another cup of tea with someone new. At least that's what I think. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeare then engaged in Romeo and Juliet match. Suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then.
That rotten Shamspeare! What have I ever done to him?
I don't recall him taking such issue with you over anything you've done recently.
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all!
Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear.
I am a cat. I require attention and care. Meow meow. Pet me please.
I always thought that was something that a bit weird in reality. If cats could speak, suddenly having them as pets would be really weird, wouldn't it? In fact, our entire animal industry would probably be a bit insane. Because if cats could speak, then any other animal would possibly have the ability to speak.
Would call me a bitch or something.
Bitch? Where's the food? You're supposed to give us food. We let you live here. We don't kill you. You feed us. That's the gist. You signed the contract a long time ago. I also snuggle with you whenever I'm tired or bored, and only on my terms. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I would have chosen to live in that accursed existence in that accursed lodgings.
Oh yes, you said something. It was because the place was cursed that it was so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly. Exactly the room that I rent. The spirit of the capital offender who lived in my there still haunts me. Haunts the place. It's trying to kill me.
Capital offender? Oh, I actually was about to say, what if it's this dude, capital offender? He would have been in prison though, right? Yeah, he died of an illness in prison.
Might I ask, locum student Naruhodo Esquire, that next time you visit me, you bring your scores up of super soft soaps.
Huh. So he really wants to cheat the system, huh? Well, let's see if we can show him anything. Yeah.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Ah, so he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Sheldon. A convicted killer. The evil spirit behind the curse of that afflicts my lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one young man's life, now mine. He's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustached Michelin's Japanese man.
You off the street, feed you, water you, pet you and let you play my Nintendo Switch. Be thankful, you damn pussycat.
Sorry. Cats always are a law upon themselves. They are gods. It's why they always find the highest place to look down upon you. You can never explain to a cat that you're on equal grounds or above them, because they just can't see that possibility.
Cat lore when?
Cat law. God, cat law. If they could speak, they'd have a law to tell us, right? Japan is apparently a really good place for cats as well. Cat hotels or cat lodgings where you could like just go to sleep around cats that are like really playful and friendly. Man. That'd be definitely something I'd want to do if I visited
cafe.
Japan. Cat cafes, yeah.
He's trying to take the life of another, a miserable mustached man. This much misaligned Japanese man. Fuck.
I already said that anyway. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you know about this evil spirit.
Fine, I guess.
Capital offender Sheldon.
The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until this very recently. That Sheldon man was arrested about a year ago now. But at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings. Mr. Garridep's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my. Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of capital offense?
I love cats.
I mean, I can only like cats that don't claw at me for what they perceive as a threat. I don't know. I feel like I have a good ability to tell when a cat is pissed off and not wanting me to be around them. But when it's like they're taking pets, but then suddenly they just start clawing and biting, it's like I don't want anything to do with that cat. Too temperamental. Or they're trying to play, in which case it's kind of hard to tell because they can be a bit too violent at that. Oh my, your room was... Yes, I read that.
But before his sentence was carried out, he died in that prison. That was 3 months ago now.
You want me to tell you a story of when my cat snuck in my bag and had gone to the store with me?
Sure.
And that's when it started, the curse.
What really is the curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death a few months ago after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in that room. The man who rented it after Sheldon, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now? So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that's the start of it.
Hmm. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was an asphyxia.
Asphyxia. Ah, there you go.
When they discovered the body, the room was filled with gas.
Gas?
I only found out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself from trembling. In fact, I'd known beforehand I probably would have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. Garrett, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. I don't know. It feels like it should have been something mentioned before signing any kind of agreement. So now you believe the curse is affecting you?
It is. At first, I felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
Oh. Maybe he is being watched all the time by someone who wanted to get into that room specifically to get something. Or find something. That's when you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They're coming for me to try to suffocate me. Just when I was struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out, and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible! It's exactly the same situation what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened with Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by curse, though. So, Shamspeare turning up the gas on his floor makes the gas... I don't know, maybe... It's clear that the gas was being used to kill. And it's still clearly a problem to this day. Thank God... He's lucky that he doesn't light a candle before the gas dissipates. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. I mean, he had candles in his room before. That's what I remember. Whatever can the cause of these strange happenings in Mr. Garrett's room?
It was a rainy day. I went to the store to buy milk, cookies, more snacks, and batteries. I wore a hoodie and a coat over the hoodie. Trust me, this is important to the story. I went outside with a duffel bag, but without my knowing it was open. Part 2 coming real soon. I can't write it all since the limit is 500 letters.
What hoodie over cut in over the hoodie? Yeah, this part. Sorry. Just getting a drink. One moment. There we go. Sorry about that. Need to drink while playing, otherwise I get dehydrated very quickly. If that's the case, bad things will happen. Okay. No music, sadly, but that's what happens when we get into necessary information parts of the game. Right. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Gardepp's rooms? Well, we're kind of over there then. Yeah. I got more music when that happened. Anyway, what if I present that picture? Do you know who this person is? It's Natsume. It's nothing much, but... Ah, it's been so long since I've been offered a present. What a delightfully humble etiquette you have on our homeland. Of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. No, Hansa is just like, oh. Well, fuck you. No gift for me, I guess. What about Gary Dabby? Is he back? Yeah, good. We need to talk about the gas, bruh. This room is Garadeb's room. Yes, hello. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garadeb. Right bloody business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of which has already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course! The place has caused quite a stir around the capital once more. On more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the place is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Miss Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. Why is Sherlock here? You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened? Right, that's the old, the past game. 4th case. Stopped off at the prison on the way home. In fact, beastly business. I see. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, hmm? Well, quite a few things, in fact. First, your lodgings. Lodgings. Some fishy fellow from the far east and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bloody curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here. Then the chap in the room goes and keels over. And then there's a woman who drops dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, I can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside the road, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night. They're both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I think I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why? It sounds like a lap of luxury. Hmm? I'm not sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up there? Yes, never hurts.
All of my cats and booped their noses, then went on my way. One of my cats then jumped into the duffel bag. Then I noticed it was open when I was halfway to the way from my house to the market and closed it. When I was near the market, I heard rustling near me and saw the bag shaking. I opened it and my cat jumped at my legs. I fell out of surprise and grabbed my cat so it wouldn't get wet from the rain. Part 3 next. That landlord's head looks like the moon when he turns for a side profile.
You're not wrong. Yeah, this guy is also like a big character from the 4th case. Not super important, but he's clearly a repeating character. But yeah, he's a moon, and his wife was the sun, basically. Sadly, she's not here right now. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me. The words just slipped from my lips. Your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character. There's no need for that, Mr. Garadeb.
That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is understandably peculiar, however. Undeniably. It is right that he took a vacancy immediately after the previous tenants passed away. He took vacancy. Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone here, and he popped up the very same day. Never come across the chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. Well, I don't think that room's background... I don't think that it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Shakespeare been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap? Yeah, let's see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. It's quite new here too, then. And what do we do? Your certainty in that regards, Mr. Garadeb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Sheldon scoundrel, as well as it happens. Sheldon? The convict, you mean? Do Sheldon and Shakespeare have some kind of connection? I wonder. Shakespeare tenacity. That convict chap, Sheldon, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or something. Some malarkey or something. Or other. I don't even know if that was pronounced correctly anyway. Malarkey or Mallory or something there.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, humble Shakespeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor's room is vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine upon thee.
Those curls must be muffling your feathers. The room on the middle floor's taken. The ground floor's or nothing.
Very well. We will have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shakespeare dance to celebrate!
Yeah. Yep, he's never turning off his insaneness. All these characters are insane, really. From what I hear in the court today, sounds like the chap was breathing gas. And he owes 3 months in arrears. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bloody player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We're most grateful. For appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal lodgings in me. What's happening to you? My Shakespeare, my dear fellow. One of his famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject. For I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Okay. We're not done with you yet though, because we got another picture for you to see. This one. Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross? A street photographer. A street photographer. Happened to be passing. So I asked him to take a shot, just for the kicks, really. Was he by any chance the lodger before, Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what was Mr. Moustache... What Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived on the room on the top floor... the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Okay, the lodger's death. Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap who's attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room just about a year ago, after the criminal Sheldon was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick to watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas alerted me, it was. Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away. Of course, the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But what we got once we got inside, the whole bloody collapsed. We all bloody collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. I can't tell you how much it set me back to have a lot of replaced all over the house. But even after all that work was done, Mr. Natsumi says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's sleeping in bed. Well, that's a bloody curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now! Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About that young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did he put it now? Ah, here it is. Just left it on my desk. If you excuse me. Let's see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think we should be reading such personal piece of correspondence? My dear Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. Let's see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on this case. I think we should leave it well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed. The intended recipient's address is missing, however. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already chastised you about this once. My undying love to you. My colorful darling, Olive Green. Ah! Olive Green? I mean, I literally showed you that there was a picture in her room, but okay. A woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is this the chance that her name is it chance that her name came up just now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Susato. Ah, I love breaking the law. I'm done talking to you. Anyway, let's go talk to her then. Is she even here though? That's the question. Nope. But maybe we can take note of the picture now. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good, but hopefully just before she leaves. Ah! What is it? Oh. Oh, goodness. Miss Green! Oh, don't tell me she's oh, goodness. Don't tell me she's actually going to be doing something here. She clearly just hid something behind her back. Well, one more moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. How are you all doing? What are you doing here? The doctor said that I would be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine, but the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have a quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can coax something out of her. It's wonderful news that you are going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, thank you. Once people get better, the hospital staffs don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure.
I put my cat into a coat pocket and it watched from a hole at the top near a button. I go through the store and my cat then just points its head at a bag of beef jerky. I buy it with hesitation. I get other things and get to the snack aisle. It points its head to a pack of cookies I like, so I pet it for noticing them since I thought it was out of stock. Now my cat wants out the pocket and I get the idea to put my cat on my head under the hood. A cashier just chuckles while scanning the items.
Honestly, that would be a pretty funny sight. You bought beef jerky there because she pointed it. Oh, they pointed their head at it. So essentially, they can't got a free meal for sneakily hiding on with you. Hmm. And they also helped you find a packet of cookies.
It's a she. Her name is Laura.
Ah. Lara. Ah. I go out of my way not to ever let my cat get out. Not sneak into anything that I can't get her out from, basically. Definitely wouldn't let her in a bag. She's usually content with cardboard boxes. Anyway, it was a nice story. Can I present stuff to her? Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about
I'll
someone.
send you a picture of her and my other cat named Yellow.
Hmm. The cat isn't yellow. False advertising, right? Then again, my cat's called Ginger. She is not, well, partially ginger, I guess. Like I said, 3 colours. Then again, ginger can also be a spice, but she is also not a spice. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Jesus. Oh. Is that rat gonna be drinking something here? Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she fell. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? Well, she just had a massive fall there. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing letters when he was passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. His dream of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. Yes, that's right. We're very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move to a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
That's what led him to Mr. Garadeb's.
I
Yes, he
said
told
that you
me.
can check it after stream.
Thanks, Marka. I will. And I'll give it a rating. A rating from what? I'll say cuteness. Maybe multiple things.
He told me about how he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, when it happened... We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad.
I'm starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
Also, skill issue to this girl's boyfriend slash fiancé. He got done like some Jews in World War II.
Bro, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Sadly, I don't think it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure that what happened to the Jews in World War II was, I think the gassing of them was through different chemicals. It wasn't just um, causing them to inhale a bunch of gas. It was more like gas that melted them and burned them away, which was way worse.
Yeah, my friends say I got no filter when I swear or insult someone.
Yeah.
Join stream to that chat message, oh my word, NFLXBD.
Yeah, wonderful. We had an entire stream about anything like that, and then suddenly, boom. New person comes up. Well.
Welcome. Hello.
I know you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Oh. He spun into the room there. Surely you are not about to leave.
My
That's
bad,
quite
it's
out the
welcome, not
question.
welcome.
God damn it. God damn it, Marco. What? Mr. Sholmes? I didn't realize you were here. But of course, my dear oh my god, I'm just noticing something. I just looked, I can't hide it, but there is a dead rat. The rat has died. Looks like that medicine was something very different. But of course, I was, my dear fellow.
It's him. He is the patient that was ruining.
You know, it's possible. I don't know if Shums was in the hospital, though. At least I don't think he was in bed rest. Not at this point of in the timeline.
I sure joined stream at a time. Huh.
But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Will you make your presence known next time?
Mr. Sholmes,
At
what was
Gossamer
this about?
Green, yeah, there is a lot of shit going on.
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susatos, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto mortis operandi? Why solve a case after it's already happened? Instead of preventing a case before it happens. That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? The woman is about to kill herself, obviously. As TikTok would say, unalive herself. We can't use naughty words that make people feel bad. This is the 2023 year right now. I only wonder what happens in next year. There's a new case waiting to happen under our very nose, Mr. Naruhodo. Alivened. Oh, that's actually really good. I don't even know if that's an actual word. God damn it, I'm gonna start coughing now. So allow us to avert disaster. Let us prevent the case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation. Right. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look in you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
I literally had my eyes on it this entire time. Although she is blocking it now. Yeah. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out from the bottle. But that's the bottle Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
Oh, fuck. You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That's a tragedy about to take place.
Rest in peace, Ratatoy folded hands.
Oh, Ratty. He never got cheese, but he definitely got death. It seems to be the case for many Rats. Could have just been rat poison, I suppose. Yes, I think it's all falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle that you had before it had spilled out onto the floor. And the poor mouse that drank from it sadly died. I wouldn't call it a mouse. It's a rat. It's got a rat tail. It's a rat. Ah! I think it's clear that the bottle had contained a powerful poison.
Shit. I messed it up again. It's Remy, not Ratatouille. Ratatouille is the dish.
Ratatouille is the dish. And Remy is the rat that makes it. And Ratatouille is the movie's name. Don't worry, I'll attend to the mouse presently. Just grabs it by the tail and hocks it out the window. It's gone now. It's what we do in Japan. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life?
At random Marco modern day Frankenstein mix up.
Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? No! Miss Green, please talk to us. I suppose she's not gonna do that. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hands. It can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Okay, I guess that's that. Let's talk about how you tried to kill yourself.
My mom when she sees a rat in the kitchen but me telling her to clamp down to see if this isn't a Ratatouille situation. Haul up, let him cook speaking head double exclamation mark folded hands.
You know, I wonder if Ratatouille would have gotten the same amount of success if they did it with a spider instead of a rat. I don't think anyone has too much sympathy for spiders as they do for mammal-looking creatures like rats. I mean, they could try to make an expressive spider, and some have done a good job, but if spiders show up too close to me, it's squash or I either squash or run. I can't handle spiders. Only certain few I'm even allowed to be around me.
LUL.
Tarantula toy. 10 seconds later, we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all possibility, we would not have enjoyed this moment, this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been so quite delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like the weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being an hospital and all, when the doctors come to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, I might just stop the pain somehow.
Me when someone says I'd smash Frankenstein, you mean the doctor and are not saying the Warren Charatter's name right?
Oh god, you're right. Everyone always kind of mixes that up, don't they? Frankenstein being the doctor. The monster is just named the monster or the creature. And then there's Igor, the dude that just watches from the side like a little baby cack. Anyway.
Because it's Frankenstein's monster, not Frankenstein. At random Marco, you underestimate monster fuckers.
Alright. If you'd fuck the monster, what would stop you from fucking the actual dude as well? I suppose it's a fetish thing, isn't it? You need to be held. You need to be Little Spoon, right?
Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
This is an interesting conversation to have after, like, a woman's attempted suicide attempt. just saying. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no! It's all my fault! What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?
No, none.
The card. Oh, we got it.
Neither the sender's name nor the address appears to be written on this envelope or the card. It arrived by post by the morning at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
If you were able to fuck the monster, the doc would just surrender and let you clap his cheeks because you a real monster if you fucked Frankenstein's monster skull. Woman, I want to die. Us, oh no. Anyway, about monster fucking.
Oh my god. Yep. Not some people. I mean, if the monster was female, would you? I mean, I don't know about sexualities. Would you fuck the human doctor if he was male,
This
or
shit
the
is
monster if he
definitely
was a
going
woman?
on r/shitposting LUL.
God damn it. Come to the Slug and Salad on Blair Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about the letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Is that her when she was about to get stabbed? She got stabbed in the back? Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Blair Road.
If the monster and the doc were female? Smash. Next question, cool cat.
No, fair point. I was just thinking though, because the Frankenstein's monster is a monster created of multiple parts, right? So it's technically a dead body. And it's like multiple different people. So it's misshaped and misformed. Who knows what's going on down there, right? And if it was female, I was thinking, well, you might be more willing to clap that. But I was like, maybe you wouldn't, and you'd rather just have sex with a male doctor? Then again, some people just don't care. Oh god, wonderful. Good to hear that that's another thing that you've got with you. Necrophilia.
And 5 p.m. is precisely the time in which the incident occurred.
So we better
That's
not be saying.
A good point. Actually, does wanting to smash the monster count as necrophilia even though the monster is alive?
I'd say technically it's been dead. I don't know actually, because people have come back from the dead. they've like died but then been resuscitated after death. So is that if you fuck that person, would it be necrophilia?
Fair point.
I guess it's the same thing as zombies, I guess. But then again, zombies are like a completely different thing. They're not like alive. They're kind of just like a new person that barely
This shit is
lives.
the new age-old question.
Can I smash zombies without having the courts on my ass? That is my question. Because a zombie apocalypse is gonna happen. I'm gonna fuck as many zombies until the courts say I can't. That is how it's gonna go down.
Thing is, PPL who are resuscitated are definitely alive. The monster is alive but is made up of corpse parts.
I don't know. I don't even want to know. I'm done with this questioning. I've made my stance. As long as it's not set in stone.
Anyway,
you can't
I'd
put,
still
you
smash.
can't put me in prison for it. The Slug and the Salad, yes. The pub on the northern corner of Blair Road. Blair Road being the street that Mr. Garrideb's house is on.
Does that mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed.
Ugh, I need to get the voice back.
The day when I was stuck in the back with a knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad.
Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Blair Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before.
I mean, I don't know why you didn't, but... Okay, I guess you were depressed as fuck.
I think I really have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have dragged up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise me you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective has the bottle now anyways. And besides...
Girl goes to attempt suicide. Other people. Oh my god. Us. Oh no. Anyway, would you fuck Frankenstein's monster?
Yep, that's what happened. That's what happens when TTS becomes a thing, right? I can't exactly ignore it. Instead, I delve into it.
I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with that ball of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end.
I'm gonna screenshot this whole conversation.
I might sound a bit conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
Hopefully I'll get to the trial before the second hour of this stream. Hopefully.
In my defense, I've seen this game multiple times over, so there is no shock factor for me anymore.
That's the shame about the Ace Attorney games. You play them once and you've kind of gotten everything. You can't really... There's not really a lot of replay value to the games. But that makes sense, because a lot of puzzle games tend to not have a lot of replay value. Unless you forget. This is the first time I'm playing this, but I've played every other Ace Attorney. Random Marco hasn't, though, so let's keep the spoilers free. I try to at least keep the spoilers free, but sometimes, because this game is like a continuation of the last one.
I still get emotional over plenty of things ESPBC I can read into the foreshadowing.
Me too.
At Gossamer_Green, okay. Anyway, would you consider dropping a follow? but nothing is shocking anymore.
We made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Oh, it's nighttime now. Well, it would appear that we've reached the end of the investigative trial for today. Trail. Trail. There, okay. I thought I found a misspell. A grammar mistake or something? Tenny's known for it.
I would indeed consider BC. I love seeing PPL's reactions to this duology LOL.
I've got an entire set of VODs from the first Greatest Attorney part. The first game, basically. That's why I'm getting through the second part here. I've already got, like, suspicions as well for certain things, but I keep them to myself.
There are a lot of typos in this second game, TBF LOL.
Well, my horrid reading is what probably keeps me from seeing them. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo? Did you discover anything that may be of use to you in the court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare and Mr. Gardeb's lodgings, the convict, Sheldon. I mean, we didn't even comment on it, so I feel like this is gonna be like a secret, like, figure out thing. Oh, the game is. It's kind of like, we need more evidence. What could possibly be used to prove that Shamspeare and Green are
theories. It's so fun hearing people be either way off course or call a crazy shot. Oh, and please don't use any inappropriate language. Anyway, what Pokemon do you think is the most fuckable?
Most
LUL.
fuckable? The meme answer is Vaporeon, obviously. But bunny girls are also hot, so Lope Bunny and Cinderace.
One of the biggest shots in the story and was so proud of myself when it got revealed.
Also, the difficult thing about that question, Pokemon, you will be considered a furry for basically more than half of the Pokemon. If you pick more than half of them, so at least you'll be called one. Called one of the biggest shots in the story. So proud of myself when it was revealed. I've always like mentioned my thoughts every so often, so I can't get into detail what I think's going to happen, but I already got like some things nailed down. I have a feeling Van Zieks is gonna have his good guy arc where he's like, oh, I'm actually a good person who was wronged in the past.
Now, which Pokemon would you have as your lover? And I mean like they your wife or husband and all that shit. Have you guys seen Markiplier's Pokemon Smash or Pass BCU? I'm curious what goes on in his head.
I have. He said smash to Beedrill. That's one of his first smashes, and I was like, oh, okay. I see. He likes bug types. I think he did another one recently where
I haven't.
He did fusions, like Pokemon Fusion Smash or Pass, which was just random fusions. It was also kind of weird.
Markiplier masochism moments TBH.
Details about Mr. Shamspeare and Gardeb's lodgings. The convict Sheldon. There are many facets to this case that we've yet to see to the heart of it, if you may ask me. So there was something, I remember now. The first case of this game, the whole, like, journalist saying, like, Asogi has not even had his death been reported in Japan. So that tells me that something is going on with Asogi's whole death. And to be fair, we haven't actually seen what happened after the fact with his body. And it was very, like, just quickened, like, oh, his neck got snapped, and that's it. It feels like there's some, like, extra stuff to it, especially with his name being on a list. There's just, like, a lot of
when
stuff.
My brother made me press that I'm 18 plus button, my life and personality changed a lot.
Same. There are many facts to this case that we've yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my
Asachi's
feeling
body
anyway.
Didn't make it back to Japan yet, and nobody in Japan knows.
So I think that's something that's going on with in Britain to do with Asagi. He might. That's my main like theory, is that he might be alive. Like the whole thing was very vague, and now that his body went back to Japan, nobody even knows that he's dead. Yeah, that's my theory. Could be wrong though, because that list of names could just be like people to take out, and he was like killed by another person or another means, poisoned in a different way maybe. That's my feeling anyway. I can't help but wonder about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes, have they found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Baron Van Zeeks. I thought it was Baron, not Barak. Can I check? Do we have a profile for him? Yeah. Barak. Huh.
I also figured out why the inspector you see in the first case of this part, and I mean part 2, he coughs his blood because he has ligma.
And Hosonaga. I thought he had Ebola at one point. Then again, I don't even know if Ebola was a thing back then.
I got the games for my birthday and started playing W. My sis, and the end of the case where Kazuma dies made her cry.
Aww. Truthfully, I didn't feel too strongly about it because it's like we only got one section with him. It's kind of like the same with...
At Gossamer_Green Bros spoilers.
Yeah. It is technically a spoiler. I've already mentioned it before though, so... I was about to say another person's name, but I just recognized as well that that's a spoiler. The person who dies in the first original Ace Attorneys.
Or game.
Like, the person you wouldn't expect to die. But trust me, Maka, it happens very early on, so you're not, like, missing a lot. So, yeah. It's like...
We were just talking about his body, bro. What?
Oop. Oh, God, it's... Oh, there we go. Yeah, stop the autoplay. Whoops.
Don't tell me Larry Butts dies. PLS Poro sad.
I won't say anything, because that's for you to find out. But I wish you the success, of course. And though I was late to the rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at the crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end.
Do you guys want to know the actual canon reason Hosonaga coughs up blood? It's not spoilers BC, it never comes up in the games. It's just trivia.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree. Sure. I'd love to actually hear. If it's just like, yeah, just something that's hidden in the, like, the Ace Attorney books or in the bonus content or something, extra stuff. Sure. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people.
He's not deathly ill or anything, he just has allergies.
But anyway, away from the razzle-dazzle down back alleys behind the bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Jesus, this is very poetic.
He's allergic to soba and his family owns a soba noodle shop.
Oh. He's deaf. He's not ill. He's just deaf. He has allergies. Allergies that cause him to cough up blood. That. How is he? How is he alive? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that's
like
reminding me of
people
another
who
one.
don't realize that bananas aren't supposed to be spicy.
Oh. Jesus. Ugh. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during my many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that's gripping him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be the new dawn for all of us. You know, I'm a bit surprised that this second game actually has multiple investigation days.
Really, bro? He
The,
just like me, FRFR. I got allergies and coughed up blood during that time. If you ask to what, I don't know what.
Jesus. I think you should figure that out. Don't want to be coughing up more blood sometime soon, But yeah, like, the first game, it was literally just one investigation day and then trial. And some days it was like no trial, no investigation day, right? So that's kind of what like messed me up with timing on the last set of VODs of this game. I was constantly like trying to do like trial, investigation, right? Different days, different
Insane
parts
to
of the
me
game.
that you can know you have allergies but not know to what. That's scary.
I thankfully don't have any allergies. At least none that I know about. God. Anyway, we are in the defendant's antechamber. He's a cat again. God damn it.
I had it for 5 days, and I coughed up a total of 1.3 liters of blood. At random Marco, bro.
Quickly take that down to there. There we go. I'm just kind of turning down the voice a tiny bit. There we go. Yeah. So I had it for 5 days and coughed up a total of 1.3 liters of blood. Dude, that's something that a hospital needs to take a look at. That ain't simple everyday things, you know? They're just not an everyday cough. Worst cough I had made my eyes burst blood vessels. That's the extent of my illness. Ain't normal. You've proven that. But as I've said before, nobody wants to be normal. Nobody fun, that is. So this is it then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why are you guys coughing so hard?
Hey, you don't cough by volition, you know? Especially for that to happen. Because my cough lasted literally like, I would say at the very least 8 months of just consistent chest coughs. And the worst of it was when I was coughing so much I couldn't breathe. And my eyes eventually became so pressured up with blood
that
they
_green
ended up getting bloody.
I got 3 mental illnesses, LUL.
He did. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume, to everything. Another quick... There we go. Back to you. There we go. So the miserable
At
curse
random mark, though, I
that's
feel
been
like it's
plaguing
rare
Mr.
to have only one
Natsume
if
to
you have
everything.
less than 0 tbh. Unfortunately, sad face.
And in my own way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato.
Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined.
Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. They did kind of sideline him there.
Good morning! Good morning! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as if a main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause any offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding your inner calm.
Attempted suicide. Spoiler, it was a failed attempt.
Oh.
LMAO Natsum is like hello, this is my trial, please pay attention to me.
I mean, he's kind of been like that through the entirety of both of his cases. And as a witness. Very dramatic. Apparently he's like based on a real life writer as well from Japan. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting!
FR, like he is a dude that wants attention.
What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally. That's because I have attained spiritual enlightenment. The path to literature, you see. It is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut.
I like his ID sing. Yeah, he wrote the famous story I Am a Cat, hence some of the odd things he says. They're references.
Nice. Ah, I see. It's also why he has a cat. And he's got, like, cat scratches in his eyes. At least that's what I see when I see him. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow you'll have to forgive me. You mustn't talk about the path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example!
Oh, yes, there it is. Inner calm.
You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
I am a cat.
Yes, well,
I require
anyway.
attention and care. Meow meow, I want head pats.
I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision?
I shall fill you in on after the trial.
Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he overslept again.
That great detective? My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me.
Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way to the courtroom immediately.
Another fun fact, the ACD estate refused to give rights to use Sherlock Holmes BC. The character in the game isn't a cold man, hence Sherlock Sholmes.
Ah.
But the Natsum estate said, yeah, depict our ancestor however you want. The only condition is that he has to hate his time in London just like he did IRL.
Wow, really? I always thought that the Sherlock Holmes copyright had like expired at some point. But then again, I'm not sure how old his books are. At least Yeah, that's how I thought, but if
I
there's
like
still a
the second
copyright
one
holder.
You said LUL.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. I don't believe
think
that
it
in
expired
my legend
recently.
any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and to keep fighting to the very end, that's all. At least that I think
Since when was the
like I thought that it was
skull?
Trust me, a lot of protagonists turn into poets when they're talking to themselves. Yeah, it's a lot in a ton of games. But I just thought it was expired mainly because, well, I heard about it being expired at some point by someone, but also that there was a lot of Sherlock Holmes media showing up in like tons of different art forms, like the freaking Gnomes movie and shit. Anyway, I had a feeling that he would have shown up as one of the jurors. That's actually what I thought at one point.
Games Pro talk about Toby Edgar Allan Poe.
Yep, history's first emo. That's who he was.
In her name, the Majesty the Queen,
Brian
I
Bishop
hereby
is a
declare
Watson,
this court to be in
so he's
session.
gotta be a little poetic in his narration, LOL.
One moment. Second. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to see if I can, No, I can't. Never mind what I'm saying or doing.
BTW boss, did I tell you about my broken toe?
Broken toe? What, did you jam it into a door or something? Because you certainly haven't told me about it. Yeah, it's sad. I can't change that. Definitely need to do some audio changes next time I stream. Switch it so I can like alter audio in a more dynamic way.
I'll call upon the counsels for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. Now I'll call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice will be done, mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting
Totally
just
not
right.
Dracula.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you'd like. Great. We got another fetishist in the freaking gallery. In the jury stand.
Thieves deserve to die if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems. Then why do you agree to jury
Juror
duty?
3 is being horny on main.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light and lead his flock to the righteous verdict again today.
Do surgeons often have days off like this?
Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us?
I'll be honest with Van Zeeks. I do like the character design, and I do think it's interesting that he's a racist. But the thing I really don't like is the overly long animations that he does. Because it's just like, can I get through them, please? Because I get that he's like throwing shit around. I mean, one good point about Van Zeeks, he's one of the few prosecutors that doesn't attack the defense, like physically. I mean, Edgeworth was like that too, but...
Oh, what I love is animations.
I mean, I like them, but I just think that they take forever to get through, and sometimes it can just be like, come on, we've seen this already. They're funny, don't get me wrong, but it's like, you see it once, it's kind of like, okay. Move along, please.
Fair enough.
The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results.
Maybe I just enjoy them. BC, I enjoy
Time for
them.
some drinky times. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock.
Oh, he's doing a Francesca thing there.
Pray, allow me a moment to savor the liquid of this a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Depressed little soap it was.
Yes, the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night.
Well, the brains at the yard analysed it, yes.
Francisca,
You're
I
right.
got sick of real quick.
It was the tea. Honestly, I got a little thing for tsunderes, and Franziska kind of hits that. I like the more, I like Franziska more when she's, like, more friendly in, what's it called? The third game, I believe. At least, yeah. At least she's less ruthless. That's when I enjoy her more. And there wasn't a trace of any strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all.
In other words, the tea the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
What a revelation!
The concept of her character I like. The foolishly foolish fool thing became annoying quickly for me though.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that. I guess it's just that I like a female hard ass, I guess. She's like super... I guess, how many female prosecutors are in the games? Because she really is the only one, I think, looking back. Yeah. I suppose Justine Courtney Justine Courtney? I can't remember what her name is truly, if I'm getting that right. She technically is a thing. And there's also the defense attorney from the investigation games too. She's a female attorney.
Courtney was a judge.
But yeah, but she still like held like as the aggressor or the antagonist for a while, I'd say. As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki-san, is blameless.
Antagonist, yeah, mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction.
You know, it's surprising that he uses Nipponese instead of Japanese. But I feel like if he said Japanese, it would, people would take more offense to it, I guess.
What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found, and a few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take drops from the Thames and conclude the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the ocean the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Exactly. Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea was on the night in question. The court has already heard. Bitter, was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
I'll be honest. This whole position he's taking, really bad. I think this position is super not great. We've already pointed out there's problems with the timing of the poison. I can't remember exactly how that got resolved with him, but the problem comes from him saying, "Oh, that small amount didn't have poison in," but it doesn't mean that there was no poison in that teacup. It's I thought we were all under the assumption that as soon as the poison went into the teacup,
Nipponese
it all...
is what the localization team used to give a sense of derogatory speech. But then Natsum also says Nipponese and obvs he doesn't mean it in a bad way.
Yeah.
Nah, I way fixing the tractor and a metal bar fell on my toe, and 15 minutes later I chatted with a friend, and 30 minutes later during our chat I said my toe is itchy. I take off my sock and my toe fully covered in blood, and later I find out it's broken. Took me a while to write this since I had to carry 2 barrels of wine into the basement because my dad couldn't eat since he has back problems.
Whew, a metal bar. Oh, right, you did tell me about that. I mean, I think you told me that a metal bar fell on your toe, but I don't know if you told me it was broken. Damn. Surprisingly, I had a similar experience. Well, less that I broke a toe. I've actually never broken a bone in my body because I'm invincible. But I have, banged my smallest toe into a lot of shit. And it has come up, the nail at points, and it's done that without me even noticing.
Anyway, the toenail is peeling off now.
I've had that happen. Yeah. Let's move on. Enough of these gross stories of bloody corpses.
I dropped a weight on my toe once when I was young, and I'm surprised I didn't break it.
Jesus.
No broken bones, gangig.
We've all got that luck modifier on us.
Very well, I'll uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
It's actually kind of surprising because we haven't actually got a clear idea on who would poison him. So I think it's possible that he maybe did just poison himself by accident. And his real goal was poisoning Natsume so he could get into the room. That's my guess at what happened. He's trying so hard to kill Natsume in order to get to that room so he could find the gold or the loot that was hidden.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
I'll keep talking about gross things against your will. I know I shall not do as you wish.
You're lucky, Marco, that you're such a cat. I can't go against a cat. They're a law above themselves.
Mr. Shamspeare, the victim of a despicable crime.
Did I miss a line there? No, he just did a thing.
Oh heaven, oh hell! Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, what was I? Shamspeare did have a belly full of foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, that was revealed in yesterday's proceedings. The witness is not as innocent as we have perhaps first led to believe.
By using bars of soap as this, he's been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and smile,
and be a villain.
Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of sweet fuel given.
That's right, fellow jurors. Don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten, kept it all up.
about those icy coins and tidy secret, didn't you?
Soap
Could have
and
owned up
gas.
sooner.
This is just a WW2 reference LUL.
Jesus. Jesus. Ugh. I don't even know what time frame this is in. Is this before or after World War II? I don't know. I don't know what's happening in Germany at this point in time in the game.
Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once. And let him feel the sting of my tail.
In my tail? Okay, she's a bee. That's what's going on here. Okay, that's
This
her
is probably
theming.
before.
Probably. I mean, I think
We're at the turn of the century, so it's technically foreshadowing LOL.
right. I think specifically Empire of Japan, right? Empire of England. The empires haven't fallen, so it's before World War II, and it hasn't started because we definitely would be hearing about the war. At least, maybe the World War didn't even happen in this universe. Japanifornia is a thing, you know, in this world, so.
Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends. I confess. Thou would not
Wait,
pardon my
ain't that woman
sins.
gonna
Of
die
that
if
I'm
she pins
sure.
him?
I mean, if she is a
It's
bee,
sometime in the late 1800s, but they throw in historical events from early 1900s too.
I mean, I also wouldn't have to know how Sherlock Holmes' time frame is as well. Like, that's its whole thing. I don't think looking into what the time frame is ever going to be easy with all of this. I don't think it matters. Let's forget it. If you acknowledge your wrongdoings, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their deaths.
Today is Friday in California.
And for cowards such as
This
I,
is a movie reference,
death
and I'd be
be
surprised if
well
anyone gets
deserved,
it.
but
Today's Friday in California. I don't get it. Sorry.
would it still be greater crime passed unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman from farther east than Victoria did try to poison me.
This fucking guy. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police can attest to that. What the defense would assert is innocence, inconsistency will quickly be cleared up with the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify, explain this
I recall hearing the
inconsistency.
official explanation for Japanifornia being that WW2 either didn't happen or went differently, either which one, and so anti-Japanese sentiment didn't form in America and there was strong JP influence in the culture.
Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Yeah. I think I remember that.
It's from a
Being
RoboCop
said.
ripoff made in Japan LUL.
Really? Robocop in Japan, huh? Every time I scroll in outside the window, it still, like, progresses the game. Ugh. Tell the court why it is that the poison apparently entered your body when none was found in the tea. The tea inconsistency, the tea can see.
The Japanese
Let's
man did
snuggle
come
up
to my
under the
chamber with
traditional
tea
American
brewed in the
potato.
pot.
I see you know what I'm referring to when I say eat your hamburgers, Apollo.
'Twas my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by the by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
I do not. Is Apollo some ace attorney Charader?
Yep, he's the fourth game. The fourth game in the Ace Attorney series is Apollo Justice, so he is an Ace Attorney character. You'll learn about him eventually if you play through all of the games. He's not included in the first 3 games though, so you don't have to worry about it for the moment.
Tis no surprise.
Jesus, how many are there?
Mainline games, I'm pretty sure there's 6, and then these 2, so 8. And then the investigation games, which are 2. At least that's what I'm thinking of at the moment.
Thus, 'tis no surprise that the poison is not found in the tea that I'd poured into the moulds of soap.
He said that he didn't drink the tea, and then he used it afterwards. Well, there would have been a rim of thingy, right? The tea ring on the inside of Miss Natsume's cup. I'd say that, but I have a feeling that I need to like have him mention that tea rings form after a certain amount of time or something. At least I feel like I need to establish that. That's how my mind is working anyway.
The poison that was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. It's a normal way for poison to be administered in my experience.
Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. We haven't found it anywhere in his room,
Original
but
trilogy,
trust me, this
Apollo
is totally
trilogy,
true.
2 Edgeworth games, and TGAC.
Yep. You also forgot the 2 3D games, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I don't think they're a part of the original trilogy. They're after Apollo Justice.
Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle to his own room.
Have you found it?
In the absence of a vessel containing poison,
10.
only becomes problematic
And
when
a case
considering
takes me
suicide.
3 hours minimum, and if every game has 4 cases, it would take me 120 hours.
Truthfully, the first few cases, I feel like the first few games go pretty quickly, comparably to these like recent games.
Nah, I didn't forget. DD and Sajay are parts 2 and 3 of the Apollo trilogy.
Oh, Apollo trilogy. Oh, that's what you said there. I suppose I never really considered Dual Destinies to be a part of the Apollo timeline, but I suppose it makes sense. Okay, yeah, it makes sense considering. Okay, I understand now.
The absence of the vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
Ugh, I knew that. But you need to prove it, though. You need to literally, like, hey, we searched the room and we found a container that could have poison in. At least do that, dude. You can't just say things and just say that that's what happened.
Actually count as his games, but that's what the second trilogy is called.
By now, it should be perfectly clear.
I think they're worth playing, though, so I won't spoil anything about them.
A bar or two of cheap soap is woefully insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Ugh.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas.
Now,
But
I'm mostly spoiler-free except the ones you said and the meme where I saw Phoenix got sued for drugs or some shit like that.
I see. I have a feeling. I don't know what you're talking about exactly, but I have a distinct notion of what that
loves his
means.
wordplay. I always forget.
But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
That is not metal.
Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well,
I do declare. Oh god, he's got a southern accent too now.
thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. I might do a tier list for this game once I'm finished it. I want to do one with Persona 5 too, because I finished that entirely on stream at some point. I want to like get my discussion and my thoughts about it down on a single stream. And I could go through like all the characters. And I want to do it for this series as well. Because of course it's all of these characters too. And I want to like get down what I think about each trial in each case. And the games as a whole. The tea inconsistency. So, the Japanese man did come to my chamber with a tea brewed in his pot. There's also like, this was in the previous game, it very quickly got shown the other people, the other witnesses' reactions being a thing. But for some reason that hasn't shown up for these first two trials, which is interesting. I wonder if it ever will.
You Shakespeare's whitewashed cousin, I'm trying to figure out some ideas for poems and a weird conversation topic for the stream.
Is Shakespeare white? I thought Shakespeare was white. At least that's what I thought. Japanese man came to my chamber. Yes, let's hold it. I understand that you are already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Do I know thee?
Do I know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I know, that thy destiny mingles with mine.
You lost me at the first "the."
Sound, sir.
He is.
Thou must
I'm
learn
just
English
insulting
tongue
him
afore
like he is a
thou
white
turns
shirt
thy
that got
hand
mixed
to
with red
lawyering.
ones.
I see. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Ugh.
Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew. Through a drop of poison, did barb its sweetness, as a thorn doth barb the sweet rose.
Keeps making that stabbing motion.
That, dear friends, is the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shamspeare. He seems to in even better form than he was yesterday.
You know,
Why
something...
Onishuk did not major in English just to be told he needs to learn the English tongue by a man who refuses to speak in modern English MCVSKZB.
True. True. If anyone would speak to me like this and get pissed off at me not playing along, I'd probably
And the
fucking
streamer
smack
I'm a
the
man
tit
for his
face.
suffer by trying a 100% Persona 3 portable fall hal.
Oh, Jesus. 100%ing it? I mean, I can see how it's possible, but... those types of games... it seems more like a hassle to try and 100% it. One thing I haven't figured out specifically is this. The handprints showing up all the time, all the ways consistently against the wall.
He just beat Margaret and I did that 2 years ago.
Is he doing something to the lamp? Or is he like cornering someone here over and over again? I can't really tell. I need more information. Sadly, when it comes to the Persona 3, 4, 5 secret bosses. I've never been able to play them because I never get to play New Game Plus, and they're only available in New Game Plus, which is kind of annoying.
Listen to Mr. Shamspear. He seems to have a better form than he was yesterday.
Either that or I'm in worse form.
That fated night evening, after I did dine, at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report. Naught did pass my lips but tainted black tea.
Using the pin wall technique.
But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. 'Twas my tea cup alone with the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison.
I must congratulate you on your mind not jumping into the gutter when thinking of possible explanations for those handprints.
It did enter my mind at first, but I was just like, who would even remotely enjoy that position? At least that's what went from my head. Anyway. Trying to do Frankenstein's monster, but using the pin wall technique. I think it could also just have been stood there against the wall while someone was below.
The secret bosses are not available only on New Game Plus. You can fight them even on your first playthrough.
Really? I was fairly certain that they only show up on New Game Plus. At least, I feel like that's the case. Maybe that's not the newer versions? I don't know. I was fairly certain that you couldn't play it without... Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
Thou witnessed the act and then drank the tea. Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice.
Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would have sooner died frozen from the quenched or parched.
I suffered playing Persona 4 OG for over 100 hours trying to figure out how to get Izanagi no Okamai and fight the Velvet Mommy.
I think you've got to like do a weird thing with Persona 4 where you've got to like do the certain endings in order to unlock certain personas. Yeah, you gotta like do Akechi's different endings and then load a save or something. I can't say specifically what. Alright, no more ice coins means no more heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem.
Akaki.
Akeki. Oh, fuck, right. You do notice that those two names sound so goddamn similar. That's actually the thing that I thought about Adachi and Akechi. It's like, they are way too similar. It's just something that when I first played Persona 5, I really didn't like.
I ain't talking about Pancake Kun. I'm talking about the cabbage lover.
Exactly. Sorry, I mixed it up. As I usually did. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspear, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea that was brought with him.
With greatest of pleasure, my liege. Whilst reigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did I drop at the port.
Oh my god.
Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass my
Delicious
lips.
pancakes LUL.
His lips. Delicious pancake. Famous last words, am I right? But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank was found completely empty at the scene. Let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup and its contents spilled on the as blood was from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I made the coins of ice from his tea.
An upset cup would be found on the table that the victim was slumped over.
How did they know I'm actually a woman from only saying delicious pancakes?
There is no contradiction here.
It's true that there's no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about that statement is troubling me.
Is that the statement that we're pressing on then?
Didn't get the good ending in P5?
Didn't get the good ending. Eesh. I didn't either. I got the bad ending first, and then I managed to get to a ending. And then I, on the stream, got the best ending, I think, on P5 Royal. Yes, of course. I know what that is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate to the court what occupied you after the tea had left before you drank your tea. Okay, so the last statement is the one that they're pushing on as something. I'm gonna save just in case. Save scum because I am a monster. An utter fool I am. I feel like no tea ring means that he did in fact drink the tea. Okay, good. The game's not forcing me to get through some, like, tea rings are left when the tea is left for roughly a minute or two. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic? What is this,
I
ye
gotta
dark,
go since
ye
I
clad
got a school project to do.
fiend? Got a school project to do? No worries, Marco. Thanks for tuning in and talking about how you would bang Frankenstein, both the man, the monster, and possibly Igor, his assistant as well. It really helped us when we were dealing with a woman who was considering suicide. The two teacups on the scene, one used by the victim and the other used by the defendant, had a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Jesus, that word. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Here, just here, there's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough.
Indeed, such stains occur too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean! And prithee thee, sir, what markst thou of it? What's thou make of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea? Wow, it's hot! Oh god, those voices were all over the place. Yes, that's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night. and drank his tea in no time. If you claim in your testimony that you didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup, as well as after several hours, the tea was left standing. But, I like this. Honestly, this is one of the favorite things about S10, the breakdown of the characters as they slowly change as their lies get exposed. One lie is all it takes for them to start like going, oh shit. In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to the nunnery! Oh boy, my voice is gonna be on a freaking course. This stream, Jesus. I feel like I'm going to go crazy voicing him. Freaking Shamspear.
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up 7 times during any one trial. I am the descendant of a Godot who drinks way too much coffee.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
More. On the occasion, tendum distracts me and I pour more times than intended until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate a fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
Dude. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, lead the witness anymore. Like you lead the
Van
jury.
Zeke's leg slam was originally supposed to be Godot's, but there wasn't room for it.
Really? You know what? I don't think I was far off the mark as well. Godot is a massive misogynist, right? So, you know, a racist and misogynist. Is it that different? He is very theatrical, Van Zeeks. I give him that. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that.
It could be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene.
I remember being so shocked at this moment of Van Zeeks leading the witness here. BC I'd come to expect more of him vs the other prosecutors in the series.
Honestly, I've kind of had a bad opinion of Van Zeeks through a lot of the original trials. Man, like the first game trials, because it just felt like he was constantly, I don't know, pushing ridiculous theories and just acting like it's clear, like, logic.
His racist irrationality really shows in this trial.
I suppose they are, like, dialing that up a lot more in this game.
A fact that has vanished from your memory until now.
Well, no.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes at night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use the tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo,
oh my god. Ugh.
when I looked, 'twas empty. Thus I did use the dregs that fester in the teapot, as my liege had did suggest.
I think he's a more respectable prosecutor than most other AA prosecutors.
I agree, he's not actually my least liked. My least liked is freaking... Oh god, what's his name? Freaking, oh my god. Freaking monk dude from Spirited of... Freaking... the freaking monk, I hated him because he had misogyny to him, but also he was just such a fucking dick, and it just felt like he ultimately just turned into a good guy for his own means. Yeah, sad monk. I just don't like that guy. I never really cared for him, and I ultimately felt like his character was really pushed forward as a good guy way too forcefully. Like, I never believed it. I thought he was going to be a bad guy throughout.
And he was so mean, boring.
Oh, yeah, he was mean and boring. I just felt like he would have been way more interesting if he turned out to be just genuinely a bad person and end the game as a bad person. That would be so much more interesting. But no. He has to be a good person, otherwise Apollo would really have just like an even shittier time in his life.
They could have given him a decent arc, but they did that with him.
Yeah. Yeah. Blackwell was much more enjoyable, I think. Although the logic of having a prosecutor that is on death row is ludicrous. And you suddenly remember how, now that you made a mistake before, are we supposed to believe that? People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why you should rely on evidence instead. Where's your evidence that the poison was brought by Natsume? Bring me the evidence. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note.
I care about. LOL, I love him. Simum would love Kazuma.
You're not wrong, actually. They're both... Yeah, okay, that's actually an interesting connection there. Both samurai. Although I was always kind of confused about Blackwell being a samurai because he's got like a British kind of thing going on with him. At least that's what I thought. And then like, he's also has that whole thing with Athena's stuff as well. Like, again, not getting spoilers, it's just like a lot of what his character was made up with, or like what was revealed about his character, just felt like it total mismatched stuff. I still like him though, he's still a fun character. Firstly, that poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Has he? Hold on, let me get a good understanding of what he's even theorizing here. The victim's most tells two things. Firstly, the poison was put into the victim's teacup only, right? Secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins.
I think it's just localization things. Like how original A takes place in America in the localization, hence Japanifornia.
Okay, that does actually make sense. Localization stuff. Hey. Yeah. Okay.
Lots of PPL headcanon localization Simon as British Japanese.
I think it's because of the way he speaks. He's got like a British vernacular to his speech. At least that's the localization. Furthermore, the testimony remains valid in full support of the established facts. In the other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No! What does this mean, then? I do declare that there's no issue with this. Apart from this, about feeding gas, obviously.
Yeah, he's got a British accent and speech in the localization 100%.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear that I did dine at a Grub's Grubbery alehouse that night. Naught did pass my lips, but the black tea giveth me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake in my favourites. A broth, as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf, as wouldst be called salad.
As insalubrious as a menu as the establishment where it was served.
I don't know what that word is.
But you gods will give us some fault to make us men. Willingly would I suffer the punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye, wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another.
Yep.
Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
My lord! Yeah. So this is a thing that I mentioned before. It's a kind of a problem with these Greatest of 10 games.
Poor Ryonishuk having to put up with Shamspear's Shakespearean speech and Van Zeek's unnecessary long words.
Yeah, exactly. The problem with these games is that this whole what's it called? When the jurors announce the guilty verdict and we have to like, it's the correction, right? What's it called? We'll see what it's called soon, and I'll talk about it then. If that may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman?
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
By me?
I do declare that you may be right.
We all know that the waff here there was just making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
But the lawyer lad said he's been stealing gas. He deserves a dose of the poison, eh?
He's been leading us to the garden path. That's what he's been doing.
LOL.
Summation examinations, exactly. The problem with them is that they force the narrative into these really bad situations of, like, forcing every person on the jury to be a stupid idiot, and none of them ever, like, choosing to, like, have any sense of non-bias. I don't know.
IG, they worried about making it a mechanic and then not using it enough?
True. I think it should have been more like, if the jury just swings one way too far enough and then, like, there's no more discussion to be made. Maybe the prosecution be like, I demand the jury's vote be established. And then you have to be like, we have to course correct here. Or summation examination. Because these jurors is clearly the jurors that are voting wrong. Like, I don't know, give them a little more leeway, because otherwise it just feels like everyone's being stupid for the sake of elongating the plot and using the game mechanics. I feel like that's why it feels so like these games specifically feel like you're constantly being pushed down by everyone way more than usual. I didn't say anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim right there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury, Foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No! You can't just...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one of accord.
I was just thinking, by the way, before Random Marker talked about long cases, right? Like 3-hour cases. I just was thinking about it and it reminded me of the final case of the first investigation game. I was thinking, yep, that is one of the worst cases of all time, of all of the games. Because of how unnecessarily long it is. God. Ugh.
I hereby declare the jury to be one in accord. Oh, happy day!
How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Okay. The court upholds the defense's right.
Oh my god!
Technically here you can't go on with the normal trial BC. You don't have any more convincing facts, so you could just have the jury have to make a decision and then say the defense has the chance to examine the jury's reasoning to see if any contradictions to a guilty verdict exist.
Yeah. At least that's how I see it. Yeah. At least that's what I feel like it could have been better.
The jury butting in.
Yeah, exactly.
Typical, my learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
Must we do this song and dance every time, Van Zeeks?
This trial will therefore enter a second summation examination immediately. Jurors of the court call upon each of you to state the grounds of which you find the defendant guilty of the crime in which he has been charged.
Okay. The jurors' contentions. I'm a man of logic, me. And having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree the gas is far too expensive. I can't quite understand why a man would want to avoid paying. I can quite understand why a man would avoid wanting to pay.
The stuff explodes, and it can poison you.
Van Zeeks
That's absolutely
wants to
lethal
stick it to these
gases.
Japanese men so bad.
True.
Gas doesn't come free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Is that really the reason why you're declaring him guilty? I don't think you even have a reason. You're just doing it because everyone else is.
Truth be told, my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, then there's no other explanations, is there?
I mean,
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about the gas and the supply has been influenced the decision somewhat. But never mind. I don't care.
No, you really should mind.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we hoped. And Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
By the way, Susato is best assistant, and honestly, one of the best
Tied to juror 6
main
for at least
characters.
being reasonable LMAO.
Yeah, you know what? True. Juror number 6 usually is like one of the most scattered-brained characters, but at least he's got some sense of rational discussion this time. Maybe for the first time ever.
Susato sweep FRFR.
I was actually super happy to play the first case of this game and see Susato as the main character. I genuinely loved it. Hope that I can play as a more. There can be no doubt of that, and hopefully this timeline thing of flashbacks doesn't occur too much, because holy crap was that a problem in Dual Destinies.
And Shamspeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
Just do what you always do. I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned.
Our only hope is to demonstrate to the court that incontrovertibly. But that was surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty.
My only problem W Susato in the game is that she's too helpful, but that's just BC. She's a vessel for the game to give you hints or straight up give you the answer LOL.
Not wrong. That is something I've noticed as well. She does like point out the exact like testimonies that you're supposed to be presenting to. She does talk a lot more. I suppose you have to take the good with the bad because like Maya, I like Maya as a character, but she is not too helpful an assistant, right? She's literally there to give you the same thing Yugi does in Yu-Gi-Oh! An instant win for having someone else do the work for you.
No delays, Council.
I love her banter W Ryu though.
No more delays, Council. Proceed with the summation examination.
But back in the background. No other witnesses for this one, by the way, which is interesting. I'm a more logic. Me. Considered all the evidence, the defendant must be logically guilty. Alright. All the evidence, you say? That's right. There's no room for doubt. Oh, they've finally introduced the looking at other characters thing again. Okay, that's cool. I have a feeling that it might show up here more now. That's right. There's no room for doubt for all the it's all pointing at that Japanese man with a big mustache. Says the Englishman with an even bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence and make him change his mind.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, the summation examination is barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation.
Come on, I already know that'll probably happen. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of the deadlock.
I do agree gas is expensive. Quite understand why the man would avoid paying.
This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is gas. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Alamont gas cost money? Makes my blood boil. I feel like I'm becoming more ruthless than ever.
This isn't the time or place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject here.
Yes, madam?
It seems my fellow juror has taken an issue with the price of our company charges for gas. But that's precisely because the thief lacks this man that the cost goes up. What a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hinged shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas, that's utterly unforgivable.
No, Mr. Natsume wasn't the one stealing gas. I'll thank you not to be adding on more crimes. Okay, Jesus Christ, these jury members are fucking ridiculous.
Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I don't care. I made up my mind and I made it up. It's made up as the price of gas.
Seriously, what the hell? What is she saying? Okay, sure. She has no reason. She's just clearly misinformed, and she's just not accepting of anything else.
Hold it!
Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'll take poison over gas anytime.
You take poison? What I mean
Honestly, you could say that this game is good at showing how stupid the general public can be. LOL.
Okay. The chat didn't get updated there for a moment there. Ah, God. Okay. Going back into the game causes me to actually like press and make the game go forward. Ugh. You could say that the game is good at showing how stupid the general public can be. True. But you'd at least hope that some unbiasedness would show up. But you're not wrong. Sometimes people are just ridiculously stupid and unwilling to change their minds. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, listen, lawyer man.
Change your stance and I will. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find that poison can also can't light or heat up a room.
Ah! You're right. I haven't considered that at all.
God, I'm putting southern sounds on all of their voices. Jesus.
Young lawyer man,
Yes?
you have good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you at our company's legal representative.
Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway,
The point is, I haven't the best experience with gas companies in the past. So that means this guy's guilty. Good to know.
gas has come free. It's cost a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas?
There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you haven't noticed, against my company's gas. Am I supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now.
All I've heard about the wonderful fuel is explosions and poisoning. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there does nothing in comparison.
An explosion can hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more dubious retrobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Our other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madam. Adamant is an extreme exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? But if they don't have any gas, then how are you going to selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see? And sell it.
They steal your gas? How on earth is that such a thing possible? We've literally just been talking about it.
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's houses via the network of pipes. But these devious retrobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally.
From game 1 but with gas.
Oh my god, you're right. I remember the Milverton milk run was them just essentially stealing milk from doorsteps and just giving it to other people, basically. At least that's what I remember.
They're diverting gases from to their own pipes illegally. What brazen form of theft? When we visit our customers' houses to collect money from the meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies have set up tricks.
Ooh! Oh!
Excuse me.
Wow, so it's not even giving me like a tutorial on this. Good. I mean, probably if I went through it, it would have been like,
Naruhodo, look, people are reacting. You need to go over to him and press space.
Anyway, thanks for not making me go through that. Do you have something to say about jury number 3?
Oh, God, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
I did really catch him off guard, didn't I? Thinking about the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just
got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Alamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of the lights off the wall, and then grabbed the exposed pipe of the mouth of the pipe, and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving out company secrets there. Oh, please, everyone knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. So they essentially blow into the pipe to see if it's been disconnected or altered, I think. As I said before, these unscrupulous gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's a gas in the pipes, and it's a fairly low pressure. By blowing the air into the pipe, you can make pressure drop temporarily. If you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing a pipe, the lights of the adjacent property that are no contract to your company flicker, you can know that the devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around the neighborhood to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker that came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and guess what happened, can't you? Well, he blew hard, and then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring through the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly, because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? Oh my god, my southernness is messing with all of my freaking voices here. Are you trying to kill us all? So by disconnecting the lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish gas lamps and stoves connected to the same network. Oh, I mentioned something about the lamp. So he rips off the lamp and blows as hard as he can to turn off the lights in order to try and kill Soseki. Jesus Christ. And he's been doing it for a while, I guess, which is surreal. It's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly a clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's company secret, a method that... Like I said, ma'am, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not sure what the point of all this is. Blowing too hard, the gas... You will extinguish everything in the house, and then they'll be in real trouble. I have a feeling I need to do some more stuff before they'll use that. I need to establish the way he could get poisoned first. Oh, Right, a thought went through my head that he actually accidentally inhaled too much poisonous gas and ended up passing out while trying to blow into the pipe. But he was specifically poisoned. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It happened a tiny few times now.
The most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one when I don't get out any wages. I get it at tea time, you see. And I see you doing it, my wife. Dude, holy shit. She has a devilish look on her face and slips some white powder in my cup. You drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. Someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What's it taste like? It was god-awful, you believe me. Salty as hell. Oh, okay. It's salt. I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly? Unbelievable. Jesus Christ, dude. Sort through your problems outside of court, please. Let's move on, please. Let's move on, please. There's nothing else that passed the victim's lips. There's no other explanation, is there? Does that mean that the victim could be shown to have ingested something else? You'll change your leaning?
His wife was trying to poison him, but she was just pranking him.
I mean, apparently his wife is also exceedingly abusive and knife-wielding. That's something that's been established before. Like, she's welded a knife at him at some point. So you'll change your leaning if I show you that something else could have worked.
Sorry, what was it now?
Oh, I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there?
Oh yeah, if she
Haven't
killed
you
him, it
been
would be through
listening
straight up
to
assault.
me at all?
I mean, if she killed him, it would be straight up assault. I think it would be worse than that. But she definitely does assault him. And he just kind of takes it. Sadly. It's a bit of a shame.
Haven't
I
you been
don't
listening
blame
to me
him
at
for
all?
worrying she'd poison him.
I feel like there's an English expression about the pot and the kettle that's appropriate here. Did I read that right? Alright, okay.
Compared to the other jurors, he doesn't appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that the elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intensely.
I suppose the trouble is...
He has a selective hearing?
Exactly, but still... This sure may well be the key to the breakthrough that I desperately need. So, is that I need to say that he clearly blew into the gas pipe, and maybe poison was in there? This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing which way Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened in some other way, not via Mr. Natsume's tea.
Yes, I know, but the trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it happened. Let's try and push forward. It's want to watch everyone and pursue. Yes. I've heard no need. I know how it works. So, I think it's possible that he did technically put something past his lips besides the poison, the tea, right? So that's what's going through my head, but it's also possible maybe I need to push on this and then pursue someone else's reaction, but instead, let's pit them first.
Objection!
Ah! Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! Whose two statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in the manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there?
I was curious to see what your floundering would result this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe. Scotland Yard has enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
Hold it! What piece of work is that a man? What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? I'm not looking at you, though.
What speaketh thou? Prithee,
Is not strange and strange.
is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir.
I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been in on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds on the wall lamp into your room. And that is how the poison came into your body.
Good Lord!
So is it possible Miss Green is actually the murderer or something? Or the meter man? God, it's actually possible instead that it's someone else.
Are they really tasty? The gaslit pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress could perform a kiss scene with him.
For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy.
I assure you, I am no such buffoon that I would have kissed pipes.
Objection!
Dramatic! This is no summation examination, this is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of this learned Nipponi's friend's conjecture.
Okay. I'll show you the evidence.
To begin with, the lamp of the victim's room was high on the wall. In order to place his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist.
Nope, there's a box.
And there are many, and these are empty assertions. There's no proof that the man did what you said.
Yes, there is. It's true that I have no proof that Shamsir put his lips on the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on the wall. And I have evidence to prove it.
Alright, you've got my attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see the evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of the gas lamp. This is actually a really good thing to find out, because that kind of information about the gas pipes and what people do to them, that is very much like very unknown information. So nobody would really think that. And so there's no real easy way to definably understand why that happens. But as soon as you learn about that, the gas pipe thing, suddenly this means so much more.
I love that in order for A to be interesting, neither side has to share evidence with the other before the trial, lol.
Exactly. I mean, that is the rules of Ace Attorney. I think every lawyer that's ever played this game has said the exact same thing. It's like, you haven't given me any evidence. You can't be serious, guy. You need to show me what you've got. And weirdly enough, they tried to like say like they do that kind of thing in the DLC case of the first game, or like the fifth case, where they went a little more law-based, or like law-based, legally based. Let's say that instead. Where they like used a lot more legal arguments and legal ways of using evidence. Anyway.
Apparently in Japan, the prosecution doesn't have to share evidence with the defense that would help acquit the accused.
I've heard that. I've heard that Japan has a really bad situation where defense tends to lose very often due to the fact that they do not get nearly as much help in the system as a prosecution does. What the? These are... Wait, what are these called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints? Counsel? I've never heard such things. This Justice Ministry is assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensics technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Shamspear touched in this room.
I've never seen anything like it, I mean. That's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sholmes fellow,
Japan's
that's for sure.
conviction rate is in the upper 90s BC of the corruption built into the system.
Yeah. That's the crazy thing. And I think a lot of people don't even know about that, and it, like, blows them away. It is surreal. But I think it's because also not a lot of cases actually end up in trial. Like, a lot of things are just settled outside. So only what goes to trial is criminal kind of stuff. And that's probably because of the way that the courts are, the whole conviction rate and stuff. At least that's what I've heard.
I agree. The month's edition of Engineering Firms was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspear also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there? Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
I think. Another part is forced confessions and the whole hidden evidence thing.
Yeah. It's a thing that'd be worrying. Oh god. I guess that does make the whole Ace thing much more credible and less fanciful. In order for Phoenix to win, he literally has to rely on ghost powers, which is surreal. But under those conditions, it kind of makes sense.
Around the hanging picture there, yes.
Well, I do wonder.
Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are. You would find yourselves directly in front of...
Ah!
I don't believe it. The gas lamp!
Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands on the wall in front of that lamp.
American and comparing A to American courts.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like some do get the memo sometimes, but other times it's just like, nah. I mean, it makes sense that they'd have to... If they're playing the game as a lawyer, they're going to, like, use their own experience, right? I love this music, by the way. This is probably one of my favorite cornered musics of the Ace Attorney games. Just because of the... I don't know. It might not be my favorite, but it's definitely up there. I need to do a ranking of it and hear all the others.
Right, what have you been up to, you nut?
I love ETG Axost.
I'd ask the court to recall a number of the juror number 4 earlier statement. That also just reminded me, there is another game that we forgot. Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. That's another side game. And that's the reason I've remembered that just now is because I remembered specifically that the music box rendition of 10 About Sisters. That's actually one that I really liked from that game. It's just a very melancholy version of the song, and I really like
you're
it.
Right.
That one involves a lot of mature moments at the beginning.
I never went through that game actually.
I suggest it. It's actually really decent. in both Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright. Although the voice acting at times can be a bit awkward. I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that the blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement...
What?
Me now? When the gas worker who visited the home blew too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, the incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspear had been blowing hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light, gas, and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey! Are you suggesting that man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection! Nope. I am not allowing this nonsense. Whilst I acknowledge the prosecution is required to remain silent during the summation examination, I must toast to my learned friend utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The purest photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense is a so-called skin prints. Certainly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensics technique developed by the great detective.
You know what? I'm glad that he's actually bringing this up, because timeline-wise, he shouldn't be allowing Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Detective Herlock Sholmes to have his new
I hate the term skin prints
things.
BTW, it's so
Exactly.
creepy.
Yeah, I kind of agree. But yeah, they shouldn't be allowing it because they didn't allow the blood test stuff in the 5th case of the last game, so it makes sense timeline-wise that they wouldn't allow it.
A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Ugh.
Certainly, even the research of this nature by the esteemed Dr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as a formal evidence. But, please, my lord, if I may?
Miss Susato.
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool to which to explain the possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Fuck.
And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I do believe we should allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
Bim bam bom, bim bam bom, bim bom. You're right. Whether those strange handprints were a significant clue or not, it's down for us to decide.
Juror number 3. Oh, yes, I do declare that the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. I want to hear what the shady actor fella has to say about those shady handprints.
That's 2. But we need 2 more.
What's the matter with you two? That's foolhardy. Well, I did say, didn't I, that I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not even evidence.
Oh, well
Man
done,
Zeeks
Mr.
is like,
Naruhodo.
"Fuck, the assistant is doing this shit with Sholmes' invention and the jury again."
Just one more juror changes his or her mind, and Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Miss Susato. But I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Oh God, no! Why is Mr. Shamspear? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
Okay.
I am a man of logic. Having considered all the evidence, the defendant must be logically guilty.
I can't push on these guys anymore. Gas doesn't come free. Maybe I have to press some of these guys now. Press them again. All the evidence, you say? I like how the icons here have actually changed to a different color as well.
Sorry, there's no room for a big mustache.
Let's see if if anything changes. Oh, hey, something has changed here.
What,
But the defense has demonstrated that another explanation of the events on the night is in the question. What do you make of that? What are you, so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensics investigation technique developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspear had indeed put his mouth on the gas pipe in the night in question, it can't be denied that it's possible that it's where the poison was.
Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecutions rightly said, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides,
Yes?
even if the fellow had been up to some mischief with a gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean that he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh.
If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very good valid point, sir.
Oh, fuck. That is true. Perhaps I was a little hasty.
No, wait. Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. And you and your Japanese consort can, if you and your Japanese consorts can, that is. Cohorts, I mean, Jesus.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors will change their minds before we very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Shamspear really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Do I have evidence? I don't think I can with that. Oh, what about Garadeb? Did he at some point mention the lights going out or something? No, I don't think he did. But Natsume has mentioned multiple times that the gas has gone out during his stay. Okay, so that's what I think is necessary here. I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What, that testimony?
That's incredible. Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony will reveal the details about the gas in the Garadeb resident that night is namely Soseki? I mean, it could be Garadeb, but I think he was asleep before that time, right? So obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
On the very beginning of the proceedings here in the court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings! There have been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on the fateful night it appeared, when I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room. I lit the gas stove and went to sleep, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shamspear fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Hold your horses there. Why would he do that for?
Oh god! They're getting very close. Mr. Foreman,
What is it, man?
we cannot allow the judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. Is it true that it's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree that there's more to this case than meets the eye.
Ah!
Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. I'm also a gambling man. So, obviously that logic isn't too sound because I'm clearly a horrible gambler. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. Woo! Almost hitting the 4th hour, but I want to try and get this trial done before the end of this stream. Hopefully it won't be too long.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination is concluded with the majority of the jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty and 4 now called... 2 members call for guilty, 4 call for not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of the land, I hereby order this continuation of this trial.
Boo!
Mr. Shamspeare!
Yeah, my lord, how can a humble Shamspeare serve thee?
What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
But your handprints have been making a tiny mess over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
No, thank you. I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, the print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in the British court of law.
Ah!
As such, whether or not this man has indeed stands before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would do well to remember that. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe that the lamp in Mr. Sham's room be examined. If there are traces of poison in there, what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check the presence of the poison in the tea, some rinses of the tea were required. Yes? Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to be spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe where he lived?
There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. At least Naruhodo isn't giving us I didn't think of that. What could he have possibly wanted to do?
Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be more simpler, now that I've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Soseki.
It couldn't have escaped your mind, Ryonashuk. It did, actually.
Dude, that was like last trial we talked about that kind of stuff. Like, all of the poison stuff, right? If a gas lamp were to go out, it would have been noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I lived round the parts myself. I don't know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but the fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspear was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim the man was trying to murder.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Nope, the leg is staying down right now.
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of this case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge our fancies for the moment and assume that there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. The question then rises, who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of the man's trickery with the gas supply and his attempt to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have ever known that Mr. Shamspear's murderous designs?
Ah, you mean to suggest?
Naturally, the sole possible answer to this question could not be more obvious. Only for the
back,
man...
But probably not for long since I gotta go sleep soon.
Nice to see you again, Marco. So far, we found out that the gas pipe. If you blow into a gas pipe, you can like cause all of the lights to turn off, and then gas to kind of flow into the room and eventually kill someone, right? So we found out that Shamspear most likely was blowing into the gas light here, turning off all the lights when Soseki was asleep and trying to kill him. That's essentially what you missed. And we went through a whole summation examination.
Only the man whose life is being threatened could have possibly have known.
And Van Zeeks is trying to be like, well, Soseki must have known that that's what was happening, so that's why he would have poisoned the pipe. So essentially, that we're assuming that the pipe was poisoned, and that's how Shamspear got poisoned.
Well, he's stupid.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was clearly a retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Oh, that explains why he felt like he was watched.
Ah! Well,
Whatever Mr. William Shamspear may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Miss Natsume.
So wait, are we saying Natsume did worse because if he allegedly poisoned, even though Shamspear's alive? I'm pretty sure Shamspear has multiple attempts of poisoning here. Or asphyxiation of gas, right?
I am a cat. I require attention and care. Meow meow. I want some head pat school cat.
And the only person who could have possibly perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume.
You are assuming so much.
Graceful. The defense's counsel theorizing has failed to avert the suspicion for the accused. Far from it. In fact, now it's clear that the inner motive for the poisoning has been successfully established. That suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
The wall hurts, even though it's not a wall, it's a pillar. And I'm like breaking my
New
back
log
against
index
it.
pointing up nerd face.
No.
How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the other members of the jury may very well change their leaning against us again. This may be our very last chance to gain an advantage.
Ugh. What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put the poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room, so we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
You mean name the true culprit? So I guess Meter Man might be the true killer here.
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all.
As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, all pointing to a particular person now.
I say that the acist is guilty. Objection. New log index pointing up nerd face.
I mean, it could have been Meter Man, but I feel like they're maybe pointing towards Olive Green.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you to make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
What? Oh, don't you worry. I know exactly what you... Flashbangs! There was one other person I believe could have been involved in all this.
I
The
say
true
it's
culprit of the
green.
crime. The true culprit?
A term found only by the second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend.
Reason why I think it's green is because this is here, there. And it was a part of her letter, right? We found where the... So she opened the letter there, or the letter was opened in by Shamspeare. Either way, she's connected.
A term found only by the second-rate novel featuring third-rate detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on long enough already. I don't see why to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of the crime?
I'm going for green. I mean, Meter Man is definitely a possibility, being that he clearly has the ability to mess with the pipes. But green has the motive. And Meter Man is stated to be a witness who is watching the whole thing, right? So... The name of the person responsible for the poison that affected Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green? The woman from 6 days ago? The victim of the recent stabbing on Blair Road?
Oh, is that why she did it? Because she thinks that she got stabbed by Shamspeare. So she thought her life was in danger, maybe. She probably did figure out what happened, right?
An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, and I hasten to add...
Oh, of course, Miss Green. She was left comatose for 3 days, I believe, but I hear that she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
I hardly remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in the hospital, the hospital bed at the time, it appears that she'd have a fine alibi.
True, on the night when the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't have possibly been responsible, but Still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday. We found her in the possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious, she had poison?
And there's another fact that links Miss Green to the case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her. Judging by that look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, it would... I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see if my learned Japanese friends fast through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness to bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well, I will grant the request.
Excellent. I hope.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at present time, I feel that the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I am afraid the defendant and his culpability remains the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We'll reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
It's the final break, right? Might as well get through the rest of it, right? In one stream. I think I can do it. Just pour myself a bit of a drink. There we go. Sorry. Need to pour myself a drink because I'm still sat here. Anyway. Let us continue. Talk to Soseki. 23rd of February, 11:32 a.m. Quote, the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber.
Joyful jubilant jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
Ah, Sherlock Holmes. You may drink my tippet tea and fall over silent.
I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please save your derisons. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says. It's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep secluded me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep, and rise early to be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination is the beauty in all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
Then I begin to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried. What time, why? Time after time do they make such the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. So delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not astute insight into the matter?
Oh, yes.
Stop being a yes man, Susata. You're only increasing his deluded thoughts. Upon which realization, I attempted to experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And as a result, by first light I was exhausted.
I began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. So, in conclusion, last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably already
She's a
knew that
shoulder
already. She really is. What others presuppose I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. You remember this? Ah. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was nearly empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder Shelms. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course, such circumstantial evidence does not prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but by licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Bottle of poison. Bottle of the possession of Miss Green with traces of slow-acting poison strychnine on it. Could I have a word? Could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come! Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I'm back in. I got my chips. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. Look on your face, I'd say someone else. It's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please, speak freely. Pretend I'm not even here. Believe me, I wish I could do that. If I could do that, my life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from the newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of, yes, Sheldon.
I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's vial. There's something in there that, well, caught my eye.
Something that caught your eye? What, Inspector, what?
Is he, like, related to Shamspeare? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read for yourself. Thank you. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted felon Sheldon. Includes newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. Investigative findings related Sheldon. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. Final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. Okay. I wonder who the cellmate is. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains undiscovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of the convicted murder and burglar Sheldon of natural causes. Alerted by shouts of his fellows. Okay, that's the same as the newspaper thing here.
These documents include the details of where the newspaper cutting we found Mrs. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't need to have duplicated information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard workings is so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond? In the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be the beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave it to you then. I'll be listening with great interest from the public gallery, so not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Moustache in a flood of tears, personally, so best of luck to you.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruto Esquires.
Yes, Mr. Natsume?
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. This is going to be the final battle. Oh boy.
Oh boy, here I go again.
I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's coming to a head now. You can do this, Yunosuke. You have to. And here we go again. Court is going to resume. Hopefully we're not getting another summation examination. The old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty and the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard the most startling accusation from the defense. Namely that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless rash and prejudice charged of wrongdoings, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to the amateur newcomer of the dubious Eastern Shores.
Dude, amateur newcomer beat you 2 times in a row before this point. What, you want to keep crying about it? What does that make you? Worse than an amateur? 10 years of hiding? Or what? Thanks for that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold assessment from your honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in.
There she is.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green, a fletchling artist. Well, no. I'm not fletchling, actually. A hopeless failure who's too wicked-spirited to admit she's no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words.
What a coterie.
Mr. Shakespeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely a victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact an assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be fully scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason that you have been summoned to the courtroom today, I presume.
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know that not thy prickly pigmented personage. P-p-p-p-p-p-p. I'm p-p-p-ing all over with my pee.
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That, for the time being...
Sorry. Sometimes I try to guess what they're going to say.
That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green had any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why do you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So it happens that I passed the neighbourhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having unfortunately be caught up in an incident on the streets outside of Garrideb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some time, for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back with a knife, though with no fault of my own, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. Whatever relevant things might have been suspected of. It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better be spent worrying about the random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
At this point of time, it appears that all that appears to connect you to Mr. Shamspeare's lodging in Blair Road is the Blair Road incident 6 months ago. 6 days ago. Fuck, I'm misreading everything. It's been a long day. Yeah. That's why we would like you to testify now and about how exactly what's happened. One secular moment.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witness will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of whether the incident took place on Blair Road in the evening of the 17th of February.
Here we go. Evening of 17th February. She's very much looking around, isn't she?
It was 6 days ago, around 5 p.m. I was walking down along in the snow when suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, I just happened to be outside the house where the men in the case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve in which thou speakest, for I had bespoken my supper. It was the first time I'd ever been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
That's very short.
Yes, I second the incident inside a week at the... Oh my god. Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as a haunted lodgings. One can presume that it is the most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you were to say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned from the dire events. Mary, what a common commotion did the officers of law make on the floor above mine.
When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder.
As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance.
It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I'm certain of it. And this is one of my only ways to expose it. You know, I think it's still possible this guy is Shamspeare. and that another person died. It's possible, isn't it? Shamspear faked his death or something. Being a big sham, right? It's a theory, but I don't know. It's a bit too far-fetched, I think. I think the two characters are just way too different in facial structure. He's got a big, tough jaw, and he's... his hair is also much more... I mean, he's wearing all those wigs and outfits, right? And in his own room, in the investigation stuff, you can actually see that wig on the box. So,
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
yes, my lord. The evening of the 17th February.
It was 6 days ago at 5 p.m. when I was walking through the snow and I suddenly got stabbed in the back.
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through with that. Hey, they also... I like how they introduced the looking at other characters thing very briefly without any forced tutorial. Because sometimes you can say skip the tutorial and it'll still give you one, right? Just a shorter version.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. I woke up to find that the case had already been solved and this culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident was resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it as a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna push that Shamspear was the one who stabbed her, because it was proven very positively that the knife was not his. It was someone else's. No spoilers, right? But yeah. But people haven't played the first game. But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. In fact, you must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Coincidentally, it happened along the house where the two men in this case were lodging. What were you doing about that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes. The Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 shops away from the scene on the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live in Brixton Road, is that right? So why then would you have been walking along Brer Road at the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought I might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of the part of town.
Perhaps quaint would have been less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean that there's some reason for her not wanting to tell us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspear, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court exactly what you were doing?
It would be my pleasure, sire.
Just to keep in mind. Right, okay. I think I still need to continue with the presses. I don't think there's any extras to this. Oh, like specific I think I need them to pursue some people's reactions here. A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the slug and salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
The slug and salad offers unusually fine dining for the locally, I mean, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not a... to be patronized? Jesus. I guess that makes sense, that word. Patronized, your patron to their thing, but patronized is also pissing someone off, I guess. Or treating them like... just like being... Ugh. I'm not even going to try and explain it. Never mind. I know what it means, I just can't explain it very well. By a man not even with a crumb of bread to his room.
It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
I would have expected grubbery from the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soapy water and pea like mush.
All equally appetizing.
I just wanted some water. To try some water from a different pub of sorts. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be?
True.
Or perhaps there's some other more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that he was there of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on that day, that incident 6 days ago, were slightly suspicious. I do wonder if I have some evidence that can explain those actions. I don't have the letter, do I? I think I need to go a little further. Yeah, for the time being, I'm gonna hold off. I haven't looked at this, have I? So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. I don't know how to pronounce it still, but that's what I'm going with. There are a few remnants on the bottle, on the bottom of the bottle. Here, look.
You must be tempted to try it.
Of course not, as long as we don't want to lose this trial. As long as we don't lose this trial.
No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo.
Make your mind up, Susato-san. Are we killing ourselves or what? I ain't no quitter. I think that's it though. Nothing extra. Not at the moment. Do I have evidence to explain those actions? Not yet. I wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment.
We find a clue that explains why Mr. Shamspeare went there. It was presented to the court.
Yes, absolutely. Let's continue.
The first time I'd been in the area, I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
There was nothing, really. It's not even worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital.
Ah!
It was related to a card you were holding. Miss Green! What is that? She clearly hid something behind her back. Yeah. Remember when you were going to kill yourself and we all talked about banging Frankenstein? Man, it was a weird time, wasn't it?
From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
What does that matter? That has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share to the court?
To be or not to be, that is the question. Pray forgive me. The great bard's strength, the word stringeth from within me, and there I thought.
Don't tell me that's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing what Miss Green's words a moment ago seems to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Miss Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers at the same house.
I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging can be a lonely occupation, sir. My lodging fellows rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours?
Miss Green.
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before containing the note, do you have it upon your person?
I do. Yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact, he should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court would take it as evidence, please.
Contains instructions to meet someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course. That's my links to Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Green. It's Duncan Ross.
Now, continue your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Anyway, I haven't been to the hospital. I know nothing about the business.
Hold it.
Let's go ahead and skip through this, because we've got the evidence now. I've also probably got to do this. It's been ripped over and rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open the correspondence more neatly than that.
What is it?
The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else.
Oh, you don't mean you're thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Exactly, that's it. Try adding, putting them together. Yep.
They go together perfectly. The torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card.
All the positioning of all this stuff is something, isn't it? Doesn't look like there's anything else. Oh my god, the sounds all went down. I didn't even notice that the first time. I'm hoping that the card does get... It doesn't state anything about that, what's in the note, but I hope it does work. I know I might be pushing a bit too much here. Mr. Shamspear?
Yes, sire?
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place that you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest.
Very well, I'll present to the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you'd be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... Miss Green's card. Fuck. Okay, no, I thought the music didn't cut out. Okay, Jesus Christ, that worried me. I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance.
Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon at Miss Green's stabbing are exactly described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that it's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear?
Well... Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
That card, it was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Yes, it does. We know it was in his lodgings at some point. Well, yes, you'd think so, yes. It's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, you may amend your testimony. It includes details about the particular note.
The note was delivered to my address. There's nothing to do with the odd man next to me.
I'm gonna hope that I can instantly present the torn off note to show that it's clearly very much connected to him.
Objection!
Yeah! Not even gonna freaking pretend like that's a good one. The day before the incident, exactly 2 weeks ago now, the note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out its instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that happened to me.
Oh, was she faking it being knocked out? Is she faking out that she got knocked out so she could sneakily put poison on the pipe? Oh wait, what if they did meet? She found out how he died, that he was responsible. Oh man, that's interesting. I never even I always thought it was weird that she was out for that many days because she got stabbed by a knife. It is terrible if it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's a torn off end of the envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it just so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
What? Where did you find that?
In Shamspear's room.
In my room?
Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well...
Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions of the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Brewer Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you?
Help me, prosecutor!
And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't know the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it.
You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke... I mean, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me?
Oh my.
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
Miss Green.
Yes.
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure you are suffering for the suffering that you have endured in the recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in the court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses, please give formal testimony again. Now, on the subject of this curious abnormality. There you go.
Anomaly. No, that's anomaly. I was going through the words there.
Curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
Here we go again.
I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, pre-adventure, that the note had delivered upon me. On the day with writ therein, I did tarry a long hour to the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, the meeting I shared company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into the man's room, did you? Why would I? I can point out the bill in here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. We don't know, we're not saying anything else.
That's basically it.
You now claim to receive the letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon my table in my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that I had returned to the tavern at night, have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair for you to think that I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I was just a fledgling artist. As I said, I'm a fledgling artist. Don't lie. The note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who's the liar around here is.
That's true. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was without question found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
I don't see why I should explain it.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job is here to say what happened, that's all. Your job is to give me explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel?
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witness.
Miss Green clearly did break into Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. This is how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts are starting to lead me to the possible explanation to all of this. And it's not a pretty one.
Ugh.
The anomaly of the note. Okay. Do you remember now? It was a week ago, Preventure, the note delivered upon me. Can you shed any light into the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sir. This is strange that to me is a foreign tongue. Even with the knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable.
Whoa. But Mr. Duncan Ross's lodgings are the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you would have known him, didn't you?
Alack, if though choices be twixt, I knew him, and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare that we were, in some small measure, acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature?
Marry, not to have better of me, sir, save for the lure of curiosity. So it's true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet, in thy end,
My curiosity was not satiated.
So she never showed up.
Hold it!
So even after all waiting an hour, nobody appeared.
Well, yes, sire. 'Twas as thou says.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked when nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that someone did appear after all?
I was not alone at the night of the Suggen salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to most clear water and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me he danced. And all around me danced and many great companions.
What do you mean?
Files, sir, flies!
Good lord.
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from the midnight summer's night dreams? Come to haunt me?
I think they were just flies.
Can't help but thinking that the flies ought to choose something other more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
Ugh.
Hold it!
The note vanished once you were gone. When you were gone. When exactly did you notice that it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts nearly occupy my mind. I'm besized with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared for some time in that interval.
Such idle thoughts nearly occupy my mind.
I'm bruised with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not?
Clearly, then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Ah, yes, of course. It's all some misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give a satisfying explanation for how you came by that note. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your court story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at?
I do not know what you mean. I mean, I stuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
It seems that note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about a week ago.
Oh, does it?
So she fully intended on killing Shamspeare by poisoning the pipe. And then she was trying to take the note back and hide her involvement. Knowing that Shamspeare still lives there. Yeah, he's probably, yeah. But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of many ways that could have happened except you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
But for what reason would the witness have done that? You have to have a reason. You can't just say things randomly like I do. I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, unless her involvement in the case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come into the possession of that note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet there is no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other
reason she broke into the lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're so close now, I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Do I present the poison, then? To that point? I mean... It's a vague amount of information there, but...
Objection!
Okay, I like how the game's thinking with me. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt on during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid in this that was in the still bottle was identified as strychnine.
What? Strychnine? The very same poison that affected Mr. Shamspear?
Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspear's room with poison.
Can this be? You broke into my room to...
It may seem incredible to this court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspear's life with the poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dearie me!
Jesus. Oh, she's all fallen over. Jesus.
Oh, order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put the poison at the end of the gas pipe with the intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odorous trap 6 days ago, then the victim would have put his knife to the pipe the very evening as expected. The attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
I already know she was faking herself being in the comatose. Well, very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord.
I beg your pardon? Where?
There's a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Blair Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of an ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoings at that time.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Oh, and of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspear's address.
More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And the defense had already proposed. Mr. Shamspear was meddling with the gas pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspear would have no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago, the situation changed again.
Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
That trial in which the man stood accused for the stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, the gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. You know what's possible? I just remembered the starting cinematic of this case, and it showed someone being strangled. Is it possible that Shamspear actually went a bit more above and beyond just merely gas poisoning and flat out just strangled a dude to death, and then made it seem like he was asphyxiated by the gas? That very same night, the gas stove mysteriously went out and Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. I mean, it's a theory. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe... It's interesting that we got 2 killers here on the stand right now. Had been put there in the victim's room 4 days earlier. With this new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home?
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after, she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
I'm on a box. Order! Order! What do you say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motives should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times during this course of this trial.
So, that's behind all of this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind the woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took residence at the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, someone else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard his name somewhere else. It was all over the papers months ago. When that man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a bell. Ah! Of course, I remember now! That young man claimed to be... They claimed to... was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't the curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Shamspear blowing a gas pipe and causing a gas to leak into the room. It was a murder, plain and simple.
Ah! Oh, God!
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If that's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten about him.
You mean Duncan was...
Miss Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really was, Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you were her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Marry?
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
Oh. This is all quite extraordinary. But this is kind of, the standard for all of these trials. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Attempted, but yes. One definitely murder, one attempted. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fletchling has learned friend has taken a lung full of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill his lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusations against this man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
But you broke into this man's room. If you didn't have to do it to smear the poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
I'm sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. I thought perhaps he'd find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh roundery of a woman! But in any case, wherever I leave my room, I do turn to the key in my lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks of the doors make no difference. Duncan showed me how to unlock the door with some turps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness, the tyranny of profanity of woman.
We'll consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence of your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that said it sent him lying to the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose. Underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Huh? Yes, I also discovered the hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? You found something in it?
Yes. A rather nice key.
Oh! What are you doing with that? What the? It's the key to the riches that the convict. Oh my. Okay, I see.
Every ounce of colour has drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it.
What is that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
Oh, no,
What is this about? He inherited that key?
It was obviously important to you since you gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but I took it. Something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So if that means that you can't open something now, I don't care.
Give it back here this minute! Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness.
So Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded to take a life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. Oh, did he poison his cellmate? Oh my. It's true that it appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear, at first. But considering everything we know, I think there actually may be something that could explain it. What? Obviously, I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. But what I'm sure of, I just caught a glimpse of, is the link that runs through all of these events.
If that's the case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court to support your claim. What is it that you can can explain the motivation for Shamspear's alleged crimes?
Save just in case I'm way off the mark, because sometimes that can happen. But it should be this.
That's an official police report, is it not?
The Sheldon file? How did you get a hold of that?
Sheldon!
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly.
The room that was formerly occupied by Sheldon. Until that is the day he was arrested by Scotland Yard for the involvement of multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it just so happens that the convict Sheldon left behind a very substantial mystery when he died.
That's some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which is yet remains to be found.
Ah, yes. It's coming back to me now. It's written in the file here.
£1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up.
And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Sheldon entrusting this inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever the container the valuables were in.
Oh, you mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Sheldon and his death isn't noted in the file, but a simple telegram to the prison when he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if that's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room where Sheldon held his loot.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Sheldon's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of arresting Sheldon's old room. Of renting. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of choice.
Because Sheldon's old room had already been let to someone else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. When he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into a newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume? The defendant of the case, no less.
You decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. Damn, avaricious. Adversaris. That's another new word. To get your hands on thousands pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict.
Yeah!
Man, this one's a doohickey.
Looks like I'm gonna stuff it before they all get to stretch me neck.
Next me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers from getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here's the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamespear. Sham spear. Wow. It's mine. What did you just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh my god, this guy is insane. Oh my god, that look. Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth! I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for time being away. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? You isn't right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore myself I'll get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'll just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the beast had thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it was there at all, it would very well be hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece of complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something to help us find where the loot is hidden. Something to help us find where the loot is hidden. My lord! Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal. How about we find the late convict's hidden loot? I believe we're already in possession of something that could give us a clue to where its whereabouts. It is our last chance, so it's worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once before. Yeah, I had a feeling. It's Shum's fingerprinting. Definitely paid off then. Very well, counsel. Let us hear the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use to locate the deceased's hiding space? It's the picture, right? It shows this is the method that we use.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, are those Mr. Shamspear's handprints on the walls of his lodgings?
That's right, my lord. Exposed to as a result of the defenses and independent investigation of the scene.
Based on wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is it some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think that the great bard ought to
recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspear? Perhaps we should complete for the honor's most ridiculous title. Ah! It is Herlock Sholmes himself! Of course he'd show up on the fucking stand. What are you doing here, great detective? Your unusual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been so long. I can see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes? He does know Ludwig Van Zieks then. Well enough to say something like that, at least, in this case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, it does not give you the right to come in and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us discover vital clues to this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Ah! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I use the teacup that you've been holding. Elementary. And now, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes? What am I going to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. The convict was arrested. He was living in what was now Saseki-san's room. We need a sample to locate Mr. Sheldon's room. Loot. It was hidden in the room. What form would the sample take? Probably present a person, right? I don't have evidence to really suggest. But the key, right? That's it, right? The key? The key would be definitive, right? He had to have had that at least. We need something of Sheldon's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of someone listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up and up. So which in particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain the possession of a late convict Sheldon to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Miss Green.
Ah, me? What do you mean me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
The key belonged to Sheldon. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on the surface that we can use. Very true! That is a sample we need. Using it, we can create an indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. To find out exactly what Sheldon touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere, it's in his former lodgings. Shall I uncover it? I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ah! So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Sheldon's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have the key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for us to do. Admit... The only thing for you to do. Admit your guilt!
Whoa!
Oh, shameful despair! Despair! Be thy name!
Meh. I was expecting more of a actual breakdown of this character, not just him being more Shakespearean. Come on. Or whatever. Here we go. The aftermath.
I never intended to kill the man. I wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Yet after you killed the young man, you didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garrideb really has a lot to put up with. Jesus Christ, 3 months behind. Whoa.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in just right at the moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Blair Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally had my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off by the guards, and guarded by police night and day.
And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day reading books. I couldn't enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Ugh. Unbeknownst to you, however, the action would lead you to a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
And let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That's the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Ha ha ha.
Well.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are complete a disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove as always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke!
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then. If it's important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There's spare rooms.
There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd rather not. We said that we'd wait until we've graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. If I'd insisted that he left the horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've ever been left with is a bit of regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to that house on Blair Road. I saw a stooping Eastern man with a moustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up to the grubbery for some food, so I followed him. And I sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the Pubslian.
This place is accursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who lived there before is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to the death because of the stove going out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man has almost suffered the same fate? Could it really be the curse?
So you were willing to let the man suffer a attempted murder conviction? Not a great substitute, is it?
Then I remembered. I rumoured I'd heard about the gas companies go around investigating gas installations.
A rumor? You mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How everything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. Little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. That just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I had the idea, it couldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I brought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you see, you can buy anything you think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected of the man tampering with, and wait. If Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, you would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected. William Shamspear.
It's actually got similar things to the investigations too. One of the cases in investigation 2, the poisoning. This whole method, right? It's got a similar thing to it. It's interesting.
I found out about the man I suspected, William Shamspear. And when I wrote him this little note, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Blair Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about the letter and the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew it would worry him enough, so he'd have to be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out the gas pipe was where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared up a good amount of poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that devil's work wouldn't have been done. That it was all some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work could be done. And that the culprit would get his just deserts.
Okay. I mean, we all kind of agree that he deserved it. Because he killed someone and kept doing it, right? So I mean, I believe him when he said that he didn't want the first person to die, but then he didn't stop trying to kill another person, so... Or possibly.
3 days ago, when you first stood in this dock before me, this whole affair seemed to be relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of the depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Where's my drink? It's there. Right.
We're almost done.
Oh, yes.
And one is certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Wait, what did he say? And one I certainly didn't envisage. Okay.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green.
Yes, my lord?
Oh, she's right next to Shamspear. Still, at least that's what I saw.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, and punished for your attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspear.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspear, you will be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't really remember what was going through my head. To be or not to be, I suppose. That is a question so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh?
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Aww. It's always the smile that makes everything nice and special. Aww.
Because of you, I choose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We're in full agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty.
Woot! God, that was such an interesting turn of events. I did like the twists and turns of this one a lot more than the first one, because the first one was very obvious and easily predictable in a way.
Court is adjourned. Slam.
(23rd February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
Oh, yes, yes, alas. Divine justice duly done.
Divine justice?
My dear fellow, if there was any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you've saved me from doom.
I'm very happy to have helped you, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days.
I was first acquitted,
with the gained affection for English literature whilst on the great homeland empire. And then, by twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore fruit of that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that old dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did.
And I've seen more of life in this week than I did all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel like I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of English, as you put it. Whoever one goes in the world, humans are humans. There are a few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're just doing the best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way.
I've made decisions too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
What?
Just when you've become friends here in England? Oh, what a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. It does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain, and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my, so you're creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? Oh, how wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
Why not? That's precisely the definition of Mr. Moustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But for now, all I know is that I like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you've once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
Ah!
That's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to preserve the safety of your homeland is one I can quite understand. For the safety of your homeland.
My goodness, yes, faced with such terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Jackson.
And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Sasage-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit a scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. Its only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that when we uncovered the loot hidden... Oh my god, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in the former lodgings. So what was the loot then? Was it something very important? Something nationally destructive?
Oh, you've done well done, Mr. Sholmes. How marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? I fucking hate you!
Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready, and let's examine the late burglar's hall. What is that? Uh-oh, that is a bloody necklace. A neckband or a collar, yeah. Oh my goodness. Could also be a dog, animal collar, too. Who knows? A collar? It's huge, though.
And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt? Perhaps I could have it as a belt? Oh, you have noticed the dark stains there? There's some dark stains, yes.
Fuck. I messed up all those readings. You don't think that there could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's no emblem. There's an emblem here, of course. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify?
What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I haven't noticed that.
Is it to do with Van Zeek's family? Baron?
I feel as though I've seen the emblem somewhere before, you know? But where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the colors drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe that you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? Be valuable evidence, after all. It's picked safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot. Hand it over, now! I've never seen the collar that large before. And of all those jewels, suddenly looked to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out most to me, at least not once I found it. When I noticed it. Those dark marks inside the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood?
Well, who cares? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
Look very pleased, Iris.
I am. But because I was starting to wonder what I could use as a basis for this month's story as a magazine. But this case will be perfect. So fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume?
The mystery of the knife in the mist and the mustached man of the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen, for it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Ooh. Is the Crystal Tower finally getting exploded or something? Because Jesus Christ, did they hint to that freaking over and over again. But that is the end of the second case. The second one. Jesus, that was a way longer case than I thought it would be. But it was really good. I'll be honest with you, I really liked that case. The characters were all interesting enough. The new characters and the old characters. I mean, I do prefer having new defendants, just to have, like, a new thing, but it wasn't too much of it. Like, it wasn't bad or anything. I really liked the twists in it, because I feel like I wasn't predicting as much as I was before. Did I dislike anything in this case? Not really. Everything kind of flowed logically for me. It still felt like sometimes the prosecution just stated random, like, arguments and just kind of got believed, even though they didn't hold any water. He can make arguments without evidence, but we can't. Right. Anyway. Crystal Tower. Oh my god. I was actually right, wasn't I? Well, why don't we check the first cutscene of this? Just to get us a little preview of what's to come. The Great Departed Soul.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
I swear to God, I did not know that this would be about the Crystal Tower. I literally just randomly stated it. Because, like, of course, they constantly kept talking about it, right?
The Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Oh my. Well, I guess we'll continue until we find Naruhodo.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today,
Wow.
we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
This guy's really looking like a scientist, Bob Ross.
A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity.
Oh.
To another location.
I already see that this is not going to go well.
He will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before. In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
My god, this guy's totally going to be the suspect, isn't he? The defendant. I could just tell. I don't like him. I'm saying that much right now. Uh-oh. Ah! Well, that is our opening cutscene. I'm sure we will learn more about these characters in the future. Did one of the two die? Or did someone else die? Nevertheless, we'll be doing that next time. So, that case was pretty awesome. I genuinely didn't have really any problems with the game, that case, besides slightly prosecution logic being a bit awkward. But it felt like it had a good pace to it, I feel. Yeah. Well, I genuinely don't have any problems, so I'm gonna have to push it to a 10 out of 10 case. It's really good. But I might change my stance if I'll look at other people's opinions and see how they feel. My initial feeling about it is 10 out of 10, but it might go down if I start looking at the logic more thoroughly and finding things. Next time we're going to be playing The Great Ace Attorney is going to be on the Wednesday? Next Wednesday, yeah. Yep. I don't usually play on Sundays, by the way. I only did this because I was supposed to stream this yesterday, but yeah. Nevertheless, thank you for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the two that came in, Marker and Grosmere Green? You are very green in my chat. Thank you for all of that. Take care. Goodbye.